Like you gathered here today for hearing values. This image loss of continuation of this one. Living together, bringing leaders, policy makers, community things that are powerful and implement. Things that you have advancing your this is another thing to be advanced to the university today. Learning is making meeting with the if you describe the difficult days, literally last week that was intended by certain economic developments. Not to it's probably identities. I think the comparison of changing values-based use. We should firmly rooted in principles of justice, fairness, compassion, and freedom. The need for something is literally in the values theory is very value the values driven policy and advocacy. However, and then to societal impact they find the ability of it is not only the humans not policy and finance areas, including the guarantee and also to inspire the information and the and the resolution and the city hire with clear dedication to promoting participative, offering meaningful integration and against cultural moments, and strengthening responsibility to the incidents environment sustainable development goals and everything leaders implementing peace. One of the findings solutions and the skills of economic beings in industry. And ending with the we recognize that our collective humanity is deeply interconnected. The community is our better, and blooming in the elements. We can wisdom, solidarity, and genuine engagement of diverse community and the community of very general and so I know safe journey to the sacred street. Today's next part of the memory of the new one saying, draw their notifications and post calls and lines system packages. Let's engage in rigorous discussions to build enduring connections and commit our seed actionable outcomes and will consensus, overcome barriers, and foster lasting impactful change from now on to Africa's hosted by the G20. Once again, welcome to this important gathering where we harness the collective energy, the collective wisdom, and passion in this room to create a purposeful, regenerative, and profoundly inclusive future anchored firmly in our shared values. Thank you. Prior to this video, some people obviously when I release the new when we release, when I find from every day,
That is reiterated and carved in blood in all our moments. It started in 1812 with the creation of our once glorious movement after 1910 Union of South Africa when the four provinces amalgamated and it excluded African people from the franchise. And it was formed only to improve the quality of lives of the majority of our people in the world. A better life for all on earth. That's all it was. And yet, 31 years into democracy, the people made more money from the freedom on whose behalf was obtained. It is the Jewish community, the African community, and the Muslim community, because they have, in fact, they now realize that if we knew that black freedom was going to be so good to us could have let these blacks free much earlier. Our story can't just be that the National Executive Committee of the ANC can't even afford today to pay badge deposit for their own conference, which they've been postponing forever. They now hold it in the April civics. In the midst of the self-perpetuating vicious cycle of abject poverty. So you first have to see what they've subjected the whole people. Our story can be the challenge. Can you imagine what it takes for a commissioner of a province, of course, yeah, to say that it needs connecting to my boss because my boss is also the subject of state capture. And he feels compelled to seek protection from the 65 million South Africans. To say, I'm going to go public because I know they'll kill me the same way that they killed Babita Diokla for being a whistleblower in Tempest. And the number one implicated subject is the one that our once glorious movement still gives a $356 million down. The implication. Story can be in rules. When there's so many women with a demonstrated track record running complex organizations, 734 state-owned enterprises, 28 of them bigger than African economies. And we choose the one with the CEO of the entity. Because that's how state capture works. Just on 4 pillars. The first pillar is to ensure that the decision making no longer happens in parliament, but you create a shadow state. 2, that you repurpose these more than 784 state-owned enterprises, state-owned companies. 3, that you get rid of the good people who know what they're doing. And you replace them with people whose only claim to fame is that they're going to continue to aid and abet state capture. 4, of course, you have to capture national treasury. This national treasury owns 2 institutions. One is called the PNC, the biggest asset manager in the country. 2024 assets under management of more than 2.3 trillion. And we don't want to convert it into a sovereign wealth. The sovereign wealth fund has governance systems and processes, guardrails, at least as the PNC, so that the deputy minister chairs it to continue the eating. The second reason is because it owns South African Revenue Service that we created out of 4 disparate entities. One of them, Department of Finance, the other Department of Expenditure, to create one of the top 5 revenue collection agencies here. So that you do what the good does did. In 5 years, you steal 1.5 billion South African dollars, as 2 cents of what Edward Kitzberg collects a year from businesses and people like you. Secondly, you then take the money that was meant for the empowerment of black people in the Free State at Estina Dairy you splash 30 million rand of what is termed the wedding of the century. And you take the metro corps to look after your own visitors in a motorcade from UR Tambo to Sun City, except this time you landed at Vonderboom Air Base, which is a national keyboard reserved only for our leaders and heads of state. But you feel entitled. After you then put it back as a business expense, because you put in Tom Moyadi as the commissioner of SARS 18 months before the country knew about it. He paid him for this road, and he refunds the entire 30 million as a business expense. That when we speak of the 9 wasted years, we've been suffering off on average 20 billion just to the 2 Sutafe. Can you imagine what 20 billion can do in eliminating the now outstanding 141 people are clean toilets? When only 3 years ago, there were 3,752 of them, and we had to depend on the private sector to help us to eliminate these, and then we feel nothing. But still 1.5 trillion. I'm supposed to. When can we agitate? So let me shut up maybe by sharing with you an anecdote. Chinua Achebe is a poet and author. He opines that he is a fool. He who treats his own brother worse than his sister. He goes on to say, when lovers fight to the death, a stranger will inherit your father's estates. Not anger with your own cheek and kindred and brethren must only be split. Never predict that the brother who's made a mistake deserves to be saved. No. We were warned that if we don't look after this freedom, where the colonizer, oppressors, and beasts will come back as investors. This point is accentuated by Zabu's Joshua Mpofu, laments the fact that it is possible for a country to attain its liberation without its people being free. Chico Nikoi, the capitalist leader, says the first path to self-development is self-criticism.
Yeah.
Because my grandmother says, a friend is the one that tells you when you are wrong and still stand by your side. Because you don't learn from history. And those that don't learn from history are condemned to repeat it. We love child, but we don't love the hard work. We have a cabinet of 76 ministers now. There's 65 million. China has 1.4 billion people. And their COC is 30 people. And the culture reminds us that we knew that the party is over when all we could do is to talk about history. let's terrorize. Let's not outsource it to anybody. And we want to puncture the inflated fallacies and the expectation that would be yet because at the moment, we the only African country ever to free from colonialism, and we didn't do these two things. One, exponential increase the level of education. 30% is a good person. Second is to change the ownership of the economy of the country by indigenous people by at least 2 digits. Now we stand accused of being the only African country ever to be free from colonialism after only 30 years. We voluntarily hand over power to the colonialists, oppressors, and racists. Willingly. You see, history tells us that white people, everywhere else in the world, never voluntarily hand over power. No. Because the duration of oppression is never determined by the oppressor. It's always determined by the oppressor.
If this is your land, where are your shores? If and where is your land? What a masterclass, what a reality check. Thank you, Professor, for anchoring us in the why behind today's discussion. 30 years later. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker leadership has refined industries. Technology to energy, the Panteto Dynasty, Jefferson ESG is a living influence, power of principle, and leadership. CEOs who changes to market resources, aligning today's theme with digital status. If you can please join me in marketing 2030.
Thank you so much for welcoming me here. And I'm looking forward to be sharing with you some of my thoughts around the key topic of today, which is really about shared values. It's always a challenge. I always have this challenge. I follow my brother, who is such a great speaker. I don't quite know why am I always so damn but we need to be courageous. And I have no problem with he is one of those people that I look up to. So, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, my topic is going to be about values. After that, before I go into that, let's start with this important point, which is really about it's an important quote that I like. We all make choices, but in the end, our choices make us. When I was listening, Prof, talking about where we are as a country, everybody was like, yes, everybody was like, change. may know that they are saying, but it is really your choice that has made us to be where we are. What you was talking about is because of you. You have made those choices. We are in a mess today as a country because of your choices. We are exactly where we should be, given the choices that were made. There is no weapon you blame. You are responsible for where you are. The same thing with a company. Look at the city of Johannesburg. It is exactly where it should be. City of Johannesburg. And the same thing with the country. But the good thing about all of this for me is that we are not stuck where we are. We are not. We can make different choices. That's the power. We can change the future by making different choices. But of course, if you want to continue to be where you are or continue to be, you continue to be make the same thing. But we can change. We can change things by making different choices. But what determines those choices? What is it that makes people to be making the choices that they are making? I would like to challenge you. I'd like to say that it is the values. The values are key. If you do not pay attention to values, you won't understand why you are making the choices that you are making. I'm a guy who comes from a technology world, so I make, my examples will be very much technology related. You know this thing called software? Software. Software. You take, let's say you go to China. Prof spoke about China. Go to China, you buy an iPhone, switch it on. Would you be able to use that phone? You think? If you do not know Mandarin or Chinese, do you think you'll be able to use it? Because its default setting is set able to. And in terms of time, at default setting 2 GMT plus 2, it will be giving you a wrong time. So what is my point here? My point is that if you start to pay attention to, I am in a different environment now. I need to change my default set. I need to set it to English. I need to set it to GMT plus 2. That software will start to work for you. So what we do not know, in my mind, what we do not know is that our values, the things that we grew up in, I grew up in Eastern Cape, my little village in Dabasa. I grew up there, and in that space, I remember my parents, they loved me, but they used to say, we love you, but we would like you to sit there in that corner, don't say much. Children are there to be seen, but not heard. That's what they do. I grew up, if I want to be a great child, I need to sit there, keep quiet, say nothing, not contribute to whatever is being discussed here. I'm a great child. Now, fast forward, my first job, Ultron. 3 years in that job, what is going on? I am not moving up. The hell is going on with Mteto? I know I'm not that, Yeah. But I look at John. John, we were together.
John and I were together at Natal University, and he was not the sharpest knife in the drawer. He was not. But John is flying in this environment. What the hell is going on? And you look at it, you look yourself in the mirror. What is it that is with me? Then I figured out that there is something that John is doing that I'm not doing. There's something. In these meetings, John is always like raising a hand. Yeah. What is, maybe there's a question that is being asked. He's answering the question. Or even if nobody is asking, he volunteers to say something. People know what is John's head because he is participating. He is saying something. Realize, people are actually not mind readers. If you are not saying anything, people are not going to be able to pick up what Mteto knows or doesn't know. So my point here is that I was socialized. There's nothing wrong with my socialization. It was great for that environment, but I'm in a different environment. I need to change my default setting. Otherwise, it's going to create a problem. I'm not going to be thriving in this new environment. So my point is that values can have such a huge, huge impact on us if we're not paying attention to your values. There's nothing wrong. No values is wrong or right, but you need to ask yourself, is this value working for me in this environment, or should I be making some adjustments? I look at another value, which is such an important value for all of us. All cultures have got this value called respect, right? Respect. But I look again, I go to my little village, I look back there, that respect, I do not really have to earn any respect in my village. It just comes with certain things. If I'm a chief, even if I'm a bad chief, it just comes. Everybody, I may be making the wrong decision, but everybody respects me. Nobody else. If I'm like now, I'm plus 60, people respect me. Even if I'm talking nonsense, I'm standing up and talking. It comes. We all are looking, we're looking around our country. You can see that things are not working. There's a mess. Our leaders are creating a mess. But they come here, we all agreed before they come, but they come and we are all close to, hey, oh my boss, we are not, there is this problem. I say that the problem of accountability that we have in this country is probably linked to values, because we're not holding the people who should be holding accountable. We're not holding them accountable. We're giving them the respect that they should not be getting from us. They do not deserve it, but we're giving it to them. And again, if we do not pay attention to values, we are not going to be able to solve this problem. So that's the power of values. So what are the different types of values? I'm going to be moving quickly. Really, there are personal values. The question is, what are your values? What is driving you? What is driving you? This is my Mkaya. Tell me, what is one of your values? Love. Love. Anybody else? Your value? Integrity. Integrity. Fantastic. Anybody else? Authenticity. Authentic. Any? Being kind. Being kind. So look at people who said, my value is respect. One of my values is respect. Great. The next thing, this person is always late. You are late. Every day you are late. How do I connect this great value of yours of respect with what I'm seeing, with this behavior? This behavior is not consistent with this value of yours. And then you look deeper. Why is a particular person always late? You realize that no, there is something else that is driving him or her. There is this that is driving him or her. He wants to be not people, he wants to make a grand entrance. I I want people to see me, right? That's so important. And yet you're saying that my value is respect. So these are some of the personal values. We need to pay attention to our values. Like I was saying, it's like software. Values are so key. You may be getting the results that you do not want because you have not paid attention to how I was socialized. Or what the value did I decide to bring? Because many of us were never socialized to be greedy. That's not about Ubuntu, but we're seeing all of this corruption that is around us. So there are cultural values and there are also ethical and moral values. When I look now practically in ESCOM, as we were trying to engage and trying to turn around this business, I remember I got a call. I got a call. It was a particular Friday. I got a call from the president. Yes, the president. Of course, I did not know it was him. So we get to this call, and because it's like in the evening, my wife and I are sitting there watching TV, getting this call. South Africa. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is Cyril. Oh, okay, President. Yeah. So he's calling me. He just landed. Yesterday he landed from the UK, where he had this plan, the trip he cut short. He cut short a trip because of there was a huge problem around load shedding. Most South African said, how can you be gallivanting there when we are having stage 6 load shedding here? Please, he was hosted by the Queen. He had to cut that trip short. So the following day he's calling me. But he's not my friend. Because it's not about be telling me, hey, listen, I just want to share with you, this is what, when I was the Queen, this is what. He was not about to be telling you. So you need to be figuring out, why is this person calling me? And he said, can we meet tomorrow? I would like to have a discussion with you on something else tomorrow. Of course, that was his first mistake. He said, tomorrow. You have to think, okay, why does no? So I need to find a way to help the president to understand this is actually a wrong decision. So I try to help him. Look, I'm an engineer, president. One of the things that we understand as engineers is that when you are running complex systems, you see, sometimes when you look at a problem and you see that the problems are surfacing, and you think that the person who is there when the problems are surfacing, you blame that person. But most of the time, when dealing with complex systems, the source of the problem is actually so far removed in time and in space. Basically, it might have been the causes of the problem maybe 10 years or 15 years ago, but they are surfacing now. So don't kill the person who these things are happening to be, surfacing around that person. I thought this was like a complex explanation that I was sharing with the pastor. And so is he going to get it? And he said, "You're right." Wow. Am I that good in explaining? Wow, he gets it so quickly. He said, "Look at me. Everybody is blaming me." But anyway, so he got it. So he understood. So I volunteered to be part of the board, not to be, so at least I was still helping. So we have embarked on this and been driving this turnaround in ESCOM. Turning around, we're driving it based on values. Values. Look at the values that we have there. A value of excellence is one of the values of ESCOM. Excellence. It's a value that we found there. We found it there. Excellence. Stage 6 load shedding, stage 8 load shedding. One of the values, excellence. Excellence. This is what I'm talking about. We go around, we say that these are my values, but are your values consistent with the way you are acting? So we say, oh, okay, I now understand why one of your values is excellence. I understand. Because when we say that we're going to doing load shedding at 2 o'clock, exactly at 2 o'clock, load shedding, right? Yeah. So, Sinobundu is another value that we have. But how can we be talking about Sinobundu when we have destroyed so many small businesses because of how we've not been able to deliver the electricity? We have destroyed all of that. Many people will never recover because of us. Where is Ubuntu there? I'm trying to understand, where is Ubuntu? So again, yes, we are waking people up, but we are using those values to say that, hey, we have lost our way. Let's get back to our way. This is our way. Our way is we need to make sure that we provide electricity every day. We need to make sure that electricity is affordable. That's one of the social mandates, low cost of doing business in South Africa. How are we doing that? Saying our purpose is to powering growth sustainable. Really? What kind of, have we been powering any growth over the last 10 years? No growth. Again, using all of these things, we're using it to help people to get back to the things that they should be doing. But it can remain something that is like up there on the walls. It requires leaders. It requires people to be holding others accountable, telling them, becoming a mirror, showing people that you are not doing what you set out to do. And this is the way. So this is what we are driving in ESCOM, driven largely by our values. One of our key priority is to get this business to be financially sustainable, which means it needs to be able to pay for itself, no more losses. By the way, for the first time, for the company now that's going to be delivering a profit after so many years. Focus, friends, focus, focus, focus. But one of the points that there is this thing of having debts, arrears, a number of municipalities that are owing us. You and I, we pay every day. We pay the city of Johannesburg. We pay. But the city of Johannesburg just forgets to pay Eskom. And we laugh like this. We laugh. But this is a big institution that should be showing the way of how things need to be done, right? When you've got a commitment, you make sure that you deliver on your commitment. You have a debt, you pay, right? But what kind of a value are there when you collect money from the consumers, but you do not take that money and pay for them? You go and use it for other things. What kind of value is that? That's the kind of problem that we're sitting with. This is the kind of thing as a country we need to be looking at. Many, many people, maybe some of you here, maybe 60% of you here are connecting illegally. And you are going around saying that my value is integrity. You're going around. When was the last time you paid us? When was the last time? So please don't come and BS us here and talk about hey, my value is this, when you are not even paying your electricity or you're connected illegally. I forgot that you're on prepaid. Forgot that you're on prepaid. So yeah. One of the things that is so important when it comes to problem solving, and you're trying to understand, why are we in this situation as a country? Why? I remember when we just joined the ESCOM board. The first month, we had 12 board meetings. The first month. And our term is a 3-year term. And like, board meetings, 1 month. How many months I would still ask? It's going to be we had to say no. Because those board meetings were not being called by us. Each time there's a change in stage of load shedding, the minister holds a board meeting. Wow. Who's running this board here? Who is running? So we had to say, our chair, Mpoma Kwane, said, no, stop it, minister, stop it. We give us the space. Give us the space. We want to, as a board, we need to understand what are the systemic issues. What are the things that are driving this problem that we're facing as a company? We won't be able to do that if we're running around firefighting. Give us that space. And that's not an easy thing. That's not an easy thing. Can end up having a career limiting, saying something that is career limiting. But that's the kind of courage you need. You cannot have people, you appoint competent people, give them the space to be able to do what they should be doing. So we're operating at an event level, running around this event and then, but what we need to do to go deep, go down, find out what are the things that are driving these events. And when you go deep there, you find that some of them are linked to beliefs, some of them are linked to the values. That's the importance of values. Okay, why should we be doing maintenance? We should rather be doing something else, Whereas maintenance is such an important part of maintaining a plant. No, given a specific leadership role, decide, no, my job is everybody needs to be serving me as the leader, instead of you as the leader serving the people. The people that were, you need to figure out, how can I support them? They've got all of these problems. How do I support them? No, I want people to be carrying my bags, going around. Everybody must be opening the doors for me. That's the kind of stuff that you find. Going down is again linked to how we think about things. So, as a G20, we have these great values that we've come up with: solidarity, quality, and sustainability. Those are some of the key themes that this country has come up with. Solidarity. I mean, this is a country that has got, when it comes to inequality, probably the highest. When it comes to, all over the world, we're the number one when it comes to inequality. And we're saying solidarity. Solidarity, that's, we care about the people that are down there, and yet we are accumulating all of these billions and billions. We are so proud. We've got all of this and all of that. And who we're leading with solidarity. We are leading as a country, we are leading. This is a country that has got Ubuntu as a value. This is our export to the world, Ubuntu. Great export from our country. And yet we have people that are raping 2-year-olds. That's Ubuntu, right? Shooting and killing someone for a phone. We are a country that we are so proud. Ubuntu. That's what we want to export to the world, Ubuntu. But our behavior is not consistent at all with this thing that we're talking about. So, yes, I can leave you here with all of this nice, leaving you feeling great. Hey, we've got this BS Ubuntu thing. But I've chosen not to do that. I've chosen to leave you and challenge you. Don't try and boil the ocean and try and solve the country issues. Maybe start in your own family. What are you doing there? That's your area of control. What are you doing there? What kind of a father are you? What kind of a father? Talking about gender-based violence, you're abusing your wife every day. They cannot, people, oh, he's coming back home. Oh, people, that's how they feel when they're thinking about you coming back home. So, yes, it's so nice, these things on paper, Ubuntu, dignity, all of these things is fun, it's great. Accountability. Really, what accountability are we driving? Us as a people. Your school there, your local school is going in the wrong direction. What kind of accountability? Have you had a discussion with the SGB? Are you part of that? Are you trying to hold that municipality manager accountable? What are you doing? So please, as we think about all of these things are great things, but let us practice them. Let us make sure that we practice them. So the good thing is that when you practice these things, you will always get your flowers. You get them. When I said the things that I needed to be said about the corruption in ESCOM, the challenges that we're finding as we were in ESCOM, those were some of the flowers that I got. Instead of saying, hey, fantastic, we need to make sure that we support. No, That's the kind, you know. So we really need to ask ourselves, what kind of a nation are we? What is that we want? What is it that we want as a people? In fact, I think that we love corruption. You know, we say that we would not, but we actually say, you know, as long as it is, I hate it when it is not, I'm not involved, but you know, if I were to be involved, please stop, you know. So this is my point. My point is that we need to be really be self-reflective as a country. So my last point here is that when we say that we are a country that that embraces diversity, we need to mean it. We need to mean it. All of the people of this country, they've got something that they can contribute in terms of South Africa. But our behavior sometimes is actually saying there are certain people that we should not be part of our country. So my point here is that each and every time I've embraced diversity through all of the organizations that I've worked for, diversity is something that is so powerful. Always, an organization and a country that embraces diversity will always outperform that does not embrace diversity. So my last point here is that please, as a people, let us look beyond the little differences that we see. I remember a point that was made, maybe that's my last point I'd like to make. We appointed Dan Marokane as our CEO. He was the best person for that job, the best person for the job. To look at all of the maybe 3 CEOs before him, to rank them, he's by far the best person for the job. Then the DA made a comment, an interesting comment. They said, Dan does not inspire confidence. Wow. Really? No, so wow. And I was trying to figure out what is it that may have helped them to get to that conclusion. What is it? Like trying to figure out. It then hit me. I got it. But no, now I know. I know how they got to that. When they looked at him, they looked and they saw the shape of his nose. They were very clear that that nose, there is no way that he can be able to run a great company with that kind of a nose. My point again here is that we've got people, we've got in our country that do not seem to be able to rise above some of the things that have been programmed in their heads. Here you've got one of the most competent individuals that has been appointed, and your comment is that, no, it does not inspire confidence. So I am challenging people to really rise above some of these differences and start to look at what is the right thing for our country. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. Okay.
Sibamba ngazo zozibili.
I will open the floor to 3 questions. Just 3. Just 3. Just raise your hands. Just 3 people. 1 here, go 2 there, and 3. So that's all. In case just circulate the slide around, Shani.
Morning. My name is Hussein. I just have a question for the chair. You put something profound, I think, because of the role of the CEO in an organization as being as important as it is to open that Marokane. So my question would be, what are the three things that for you and the whole board highlighted his competency, his values that you were driving, and what inspired in you conflict?
Okay. Then, I mean, you just look at then, like the day, like the day, you just look at me, you just get like, oh, this guy is going to do the job. I don't know, and how did the A go to that conclusion? But so, uh, the first thing you need to do is try to ask what are the problems that we are having in this company? What are the problems? And as the board, we took a lot of time to understand what were the problems that ESCOM was facing. So then, once you have that, you have that kind of clear view in your mind, our mind, the kind of person that was. One of the problems I saw in ESCOM was a big divide between management or the leadership and the rest of the company. When we landed there, I mean, the employees that could not relate to what was being said by their leaders at all. Plus, the solutions that the leaders were talking about, they could not understand because based on their reality, they, they were clear that this is how we should be solving this problem. And the leaders were talking about something completely different. So we needed someone who can connect and mobilize and orchestrate and inspire the employees of ESCOM. You know, these were the employees. Things that what we should be able to know that does not make sense. What we're saying does not make sense. No. And he's somebody that has been in that environment and someone that understands that. So that was the technical thing. I think the third important thing that he left us. How did he leave us? He left at the time when he was being asked to do something he very big project. Decided, no. If it has it means me losing my job, I'm okay. Yeah. That's the kind of leader and ethically. Because we're trying to drive a culture of high performance ethical culture in ESCOM. You need a leader that connecting people, but at the same time able to be tough and hold people accountable. Talk about tough love. Yeah. Tough love, that's what we're looking for. And he provides the opportunity. But that he would now know that he did.
good. Many people are uncomfortable with the things that they see around them. But it's up to us as leaders to make sure that we create an environment where they are able to report and are able to act on the things that they see. For the majority of people in any organization are good, honest, good people. So I just want to make that. And that was the mistake that was made by the leaders, where make one data and you make all of the employees like they are incompetent or they are corrupt. It's not the case. But values alone make absolutely no sense. Wherever I've been, let's take a step further. Let us define the behaviors in this organization that tell us that we've got integrity. What are those behaviors? And let's also make a list of the behaviors that we should not, what are the do's, what are the don'ts linked to this particular value. So that's the first big thing that exercise that we do. Next exercise, make sure that you embed values in almost every aspect of your business. Meaning, hiring. When you're hiring, are you linking that hierarchy to the value? When you are making, promoting, are you promoting people linked to the value? Yes, we're going to perform, but is this person making he or she a role model? That's very important. If you are promoting the wrong people, then they're going to think that. So, through that, that really is creating an environment where values themselves become so ingrained in the last thing is that we're going to be doing next. We're relaunching what we call the leadership standard of ESCOM, where take people, all leadership related things, embed the values in them, how they lead, how they manage. That leadership center, it used to be a world-class center. Then they changed something else, Jen now redone that thing, and now we're going to be training people once again, leadership training. And I tell you, leadership matters. If you concentrate only at that level of leadership, will make that's where the brand is going to change.
I love what you said, but there's a story you haven't shared. You said this before. Insult the right people, people don't give a damn.
Yes.
Tell us what you've done to specifically deal with getting rid of the wrong people.
I'm a husband. I don't get involved. I make sure that gets done, but I'm not involved. Right? That's the move. In case people think, when it comes to governance, what kind of the board members is when like they're appearing. No. So one of the things that when we appointed the Dinimano as the head of generation, Becky has been in that business for such a long. People that are good people, capable from a capability standpoint, knows the people who are not. So he changed 45% of the power station general manager. For change. So again, this thing of Ubuntu, Ubuntu, sorry, we cannot fire people, or I don't know. Is this part of Ubuntu? Fire. It's wrong to fire when you live with Ubuntu. You see,
So,
what needs to be done. I don't think my wife is alone in that having that problem. So, but we have that continue making sure that we have the kind of conversation. Like people that are corrupt, those people help out of it, get them out of it. Jay, that is something that's happening. We are not going to media and now that is something that is being programmed in from the Danish office, created an office to make sure that the things done like that. So people need to get that there are certain things that are not acceptable in the organization. Yeah, very fundamental item. You have to go deep. If you have a call or something like this wrong, and that's what it is.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate that we really have this space for all of us. Not very hard question. Thank you. Do you have a different question?
morning. My name is Dawes Mtetswa. I'm the author of the book Conquering Nutrition Education. My question would be based on our youth that is either high on wage or they are intoxicated. How do we ensure that we are raising the youth that is going to advance the equity and also be the youth of integrity so that we can save our South Africa that we see that is plagued by corruption? Thank you.
I'd like to ask a member of the committee to answer that first before I come in. Yeah, that's a very, very good question. Good question. Uh, they say that challenges begin at home. So maybe at some point we may be saying, "Ah, we're doing so great." As a result, let us also share what we're doing with people on the outside. But right now, with the big problem, our organization is targeting the aim really to address our talent. We want to prove that it's been successful, so we are going to think about the rest of the talent. I'm going to answer the question differently. Maybe expect that from me, because I said that we make choices, but in the end, our choices, yes. I think that when you look at children, how they are so out, yet they whole environment. But the question is, what kind of value have we at home? There are so many people out there, so many. We have Brazilian people in all, maybe now they are multiplied because of it. But that setup has always been there. The key is to kind of value that we have current artists and because we have gone through so much pain and challenges during time in that children, we just move from that angle and say, my children, I have to make sure that they don't grow up without no hardship. They do not know. They don't even know how to make their own. They cannot even do their lunch or they can't do everything. Yeah, somebody doing that for them, right? Yeah, of course I can afford, but then don't blame the outside world when they are unable to deal with the smallest of problems that they have out there. They can't make some of difficult choices. They need to make choices. How do you make choices? You go back to your values. That is things that help me. I remember during the time of COVID, when I was counseling CEOs, my board was saying to us, the CEO and airport, hey, look at this band and that band and that and that. They're saying, if you're not vaccinated, let's call it something. Not belong, what is vaccinated? They say we need to do that. That's all telling me. We need to move that direction. We're leading the company at what they're doing. We went back to our home. What are our values saying? We have a value that saying embrace diversity and inclusion. Because that's the what is very important about diversity and inclusion. How do I now apply these things so everybody has recognize freedom of individual? So if we're going to be going back to that all saying, well, they may do that, maybe strength is there, but in our environment, it wasn't going to do. So we embrace that. But when you make your own choices, you not take the process further. That's all that we will do. Protecting people, but people must make their own choice. So that is how we can. The reason why I'm telling you this, if we do not instill with it, we're not going to empower our young behavior. We made some of these very and when they get better, we're looking at that, have role modeling and so well. So I put it back on us, the parents. You know, that's not necessarily what you want to do.
We should cut it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Baba. Dok ngizocela usimelela baba on behalf of BMF the MD is going to come. Sizocela Professor and Dr. W to come through. They would like to present something to you as a token of appreciation for your time. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking for him. We will put the recess, after the recess, on the weekend, one of order or is there any? So if you can, if you have an recess, please be that here by 10 past, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we can get them now. What's the break time? Yeah, do for us. I think we did it with training. But for a put it like green, I think.
It only like any control. Let's plug it on the mic. I think it works fine.
It was better.
It's fine. Keep it on.
That one was
But she's on.
If it finishes, then you can use one and charge the other one. Because I don't think they're the same. But there's too much. Yeah, plug both of them on both mics. Yeah, so just plug. There's no metal on it. Everything. Then I get that one. Test 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. I'm good for I'm testing 1 2 and 2 testing 1 2 and 2.
Inda, Varmi. Inda, Varmi.
Affordable doing it again.
So it's the only one about a pass. It is one pass.
And you stumble and you can cut on it. I mean, I see that. Quite few things. And noticing the way that they engage that about what she did it. And you also start noticing that like what more is it to do. So like the lady that opened up and started reading book the thing. Because his words, which has ADHD, I'm not engaged. As soon as kind of please go in like a storytelling anecdote experience. But that left start, that rejection stuff, the way that you do words is not conscious. Only do you rehearse things. I like to just where it goes so that it's not so no, I think that's like I spending time as sitting in world in my like but actually so we have to like I see myself and take it off the ice by those things. So I'm just like yeah.
Testing 1 testing 1
Ladies and gentlemen, it is just a few minutes after the call out time. If you can please settle down so we can get through the rest of the program. Thank you. Can the team please assist me in settling everyone back into the room? And I'm asking the team to help. The sound is inside here, so they won't hear me.
Then you bring back the
Ladies and gentlemen, we are behind time. It is now 1:15. If we can settle down, please. Thank you. We are behind time, ladies and gentlemen. If you can please settle down. If we can please settle down. Thank you. Let's settle down, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to exercise Ubuntu. Ngokukhulumela phansi. Ngicela sihlaleni phansi. Values. I'm tempted to do it differently, but no, I won't. I'm tempted to do it differently, but may we really please settle down? We are behind with time. Thank you. We are going to get into the first panel discussion. Fortunately, Zanele Morrison is in the room, and she's going to take over from here before I start becoming jack of all trades, because unfortunately or fortunately, I am moderating this panel. So over to you, Zanele. Sorry.
Lovely to see you all bright and beautiful. And beautiful weather to welcome us. Climate change is not for us South Africans. I wanted to just say, Wuti, we've been through enough, Tina. We like August to be August, June to be June, September's coming up, September, Magabo, September. You know, let's be consistent. The Americans must get the upheaval. It must be for them, and then everybody else, we can do a whole list. But it's really good to see you. Akona, let's get your panelists ready. They know who they are. Please, if you could join us in the front so that we can move the program along. We are running an hour ahead. We're going to catch up on that hour by being succinct in our conversations, in our answers, in our questions. Sorry to speak without introducing myself. Zanele Morrison, my apologies. Really lovely to have you here. Akona, please come through to the front and maybe you can introduce your panelists for me as well. And one of the key things, Akona, before I lead over to you, is to also welcome the people who are joining us online. The individuals are online, they are critical, they're important, they couldn't be here physically, but they really want to be here, so they're here in spirit. When we speak, we've got an additional mic here at the top. So it really means that this mic is on your chin, and therefore we catch you, and the audience also catches you on the other side. Akon, all the best.
Thank you, Zanele. So this is the real Zanele. Fake Zanele.
And she's hired because she's taller, so everyone can see her.
100%.
That's the only reason.
So in my panel, thank you so much, Zanele. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. I've got Tulisile Piri, who's the CEO of the African Storyteller. Could you please come up, Tulisile? We've got Malini Moodley. Did I say it right? Marlene, yes, I was corrected, and I just keep getting it wrong. She is here on behalf of Anmura Partners, 100%. And then we've got Tayelo Mujapilo. So I murdered the surname and I called her Muhajan. I don't think Dondo would be happy with me at this point. She's the BP CEO for Southern Africa. If you can please welcome my panel. Well, as I had introduced myself earlier, I am Akona Mbadamana, and I'm more comfortable in the seat than I was behind that podium. Thank you so much, ladies, for gracing us with your presence. Thank you so much for making time today on the topic. Very, very interesting topic, an exciting topic, actually, reflecting on the role of women in driving equity. So we had a brief discussion prior to today around how we actually want to direct this conversation, right? And it was quite inciting in feedback that we, rather conversation that we had around where we want to take this today. I think the most important thing is understanding that women are not just beneficiaries of equity, but they are architects of it. Their insights, resilience, and leadership have always been essential in progress. Reflecting on their role challenges us all to support inclusive spaces where equity can thrive and where women leadership is recognized and valued. I open the session this morning with a question to my panel. In the essence of time, Sanele said it so well that we need to be straight to the point and precise in our answering. Looking back into history and the journey women have traveled, being victims of society and constantly marginalized, to advocates of fairness, actively designing inclusive frameworks, reimagining systems, and leading from values of care, justice, and collaboration. And I mean, you can just decide if you want to pick up this question as an opening remark. Either Miles, I'll refer to you as that before I murder your name all the time. So if you feel that you want to take it to Lisele, please feel free. What has been the winning formula? I mean, we can refer to the integration between personal values, work values, etc., highlighting the challenges and the solutions in light of this.
Okay, seeing as I have the mic, I'll start. But really, thank you for having us on this panel, and I think really thank you to everybody who's made the time to be part of this V20 Summit. Highly appreciated. This is a particularly important topic and discussion we'll be having because often we talk about giving women the platform and the opportunity. However, it's equally important that we recognize the role that women have to play in ensuring that we drive diversity. And I think it's quite apt and prompt that, Teto Nyati spoke about how the choices we make us. And as women, that's absolutely so, the same. Just really going back from the women of 1956, the choices they made resulted in outcomes. And we then reflect post 1994, a very pivotal moment of the 1995 so-called, I mean, it was the UN Women Conference, but since named the Beijing Conference from a global perspective, really changed how countries develop policies and look at diversity and the importance of diversity and inclusion. And I think for many of us sitting here, those of my age who probably went into corporate at the back end of the 90s and early 2000s, we can probably confidently say that the policies that South Africa put in place were a strong enabler to ensuring that women start getting opportunities. However, if we look fast forward, we seem to probably have developed complacency or a slowdown in how we actually become aggressive towards making sure that we increase women in corporate, not only at a technical level, at a grassroots level, but also at leadership. And it's more important actually at leadership because, if we talk about equity, really recognizing that we are fundamentally different. And if I talk about myself, personal experience, when I was still very young in my career, I had just had my, older son who's now in his 20s. And, it was a very difficult time because you want to grow in your career. You've just,
Work-life balance.
yes, the work, and I started to call it work-life integration. And you actually run the risk of making the choice to leave corporate because it's very difficult and you don't have support systems. Some of us are probably fortunate that you've got support systems in the form of family, and partners and so forth, and then it makes it easier. And that's what happened in my case. It was very easy to do that. But I also recognize that some of my peers at that point, early 2000s, made other choices. Why? Because as corporates at the time, whether we didn't know better or it just wasn't a priority, did not create environments and spaces that ensure that women thrive. So when you now have a role, a leadership role, as a woman, you have agency. And the one thing that, I have personally done is to say, how do I use this agency to make a meaningful change? And so in everything that we do as an organization and in the work that I do with the British Chamber, just influencing as well to ensure that many corporates also understand the importance of equity. And for us in South Africa, it translates as BEE from an employment equity perspective. Really just making sure that, our those that operate within our value chains um, recognize its importance and start making meaningful change. And the organization I work for today, incidentally, I mean, we now are 94% Black people, 56% women. And that is as a result of a deliberate effort that we made. But also importantly, for those, many of you that are in corporate, the one thing you also have to recognize, and I think, Mteto Nyati being a board person will recognize this as well. The values that you as a leader hold need to be aligned with the values of your board and your shareholder. The moment you have a significant difference in values that you cannot reconcile, that's where you start having challenges. So as a leader, a female leader, the role that you play is to positively influence the value system of that organization. And you have the agency to influence it, and we should use it appropriately. So,
Dialo, I may not have questions to ask you again, please. While you take the mic, Marley, I just want you to ponder on something. Dialo, maybe make a note or whatever, around the concept of equity. You mentioned 56% women that have now been hired in the organization. We have a big issue where there's income disparities between women and men in corporate, right? It's the biggest problem that we experience. How are you addressing that specifically in the space that you're in? And maybe it might be an assumption relative to BP, but if you can, maybe on an overall basis, give us an idea of how that is being addressed in your orbit. Marley, over to you.
Thank you very much. So thank you to the V20 team, the BMF team, and all of you present here today. As I was pondering on this topic last night and preparing, I had a sense of uneasiness, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And I think it came from, so what got me here was when I spoke to Mondi a few weeks ago, and he told me about this gathering that was about inclusive humanity. And for me, that is such a big deal. And both our speakers this morning touched on so many dimensions of inclusive humanity that resonate with me and probably resonate with many of you too. And I think about, then when I think about reflecting on women's role in advancing this and driving this, what comes to mind for me is that, and Akona, you said this earlier, that women have been doing this forever. Whether it is in the home, in the workplace, in society, in communities, at institutions, you name it. It was not designated roles. It was roles that was taken on. It was systemic roles that ended up just being, with or without recognition. It comes from a place of nurturing, it comes from a place of care, and it's not about your own children, or, you think broadly, you think about society and you think about how you could contribute, and it's not for accolades the way we think about it at the workplace. So when I thought about inclusive humanity and the lenses we give it, and this time we set up a panel, and I feel very privileged to be on this panel. I feel very privileged, I think together with all of us in this room, because all of us here come from a place of privilege. And when we take the gender lens, when we take the diversity lens and narrow it down to sexual orientation or all of the other things that we think are important, and make no mistake, I agree, those are all important. But when I think about inclusive humanity, my starting point is the haves and the have-nots. It's the inequalities and inequities that with, we've got one of the most progressive constitutions in the world, admired greatly. And yet, 31 years later, here we are. And we are the privileged, we are the minority. We talk about minorities and vulnerables, but here in this country, the privileged are the minority. And we have access to things that most people will live and die and not even be able to comprehend and dream about. And they gave up so much. People lived and died and gave up stuff for us to have access, the kind of access. And they will never see it. They will never realize it, because with all that we have in place, we have not actualized it, and we have not enabled the kind of living for the people who matter most. And those are the most vulnerable. They don't have access to it. And without that access, they don't have agency and they can't think about purpose. We sit here and we have the luxury of pondering about purpose and value and our privileged lives when we think about what matters and what does not matter, and it's limited to that workplace conversation. We have no concept of the realities of people who are the most vulnerable in our societies. And we are not thinking broadly enough. And so for me, when I think, okay, this gender lens, it's an important one. But unless we start thinking about the people of this country and think about how, I mean, the level of inequality, and Banang mentioned this earlier, it's probably one of the most unequal and inequitable societies in this world. What are we doing to think about that? How do we think about the way we use our time? Where do we get our news from? What is our mindset? And, I feel that many of us, and I was one of these people, who was dominated by Western thinking and Western culture. Who we thought were our friends and who we thought were our enemies. We are polarized as a society on so many dimensions. When I think about one of the most amazing things our government did, dragging Israel to the ICJ, our entire country didn't get behind this. We were polarized on that. This tariff issue and the approach to the way we're dealing with the US, we polarized on that. I don't understand how that is. And one of the things that come to mind for me is that we have a collective history, but our perceptions of our collective history is fundamentally different. And and that's a massive starting point for me. How do we think about that? That's a starting point. How do we get to a place where we think in shared values, we think with common interests, and we care about the collective, not just our narrow interests, and we don't take Western concepts and try and make it real here. Our history is very different.
100%.
Where we need to go is very different. And unless we come together and craft that together and include society in where we're going, we're not going to get very far. So while I appreciate the gender lens, I'm like, inclusive humanity is not about reducing it to those things. It is about the collective.
100%. Thank you so much, Marley, for that. Profound. Um, Before you go ahead, Tuli, I do have a question that I'd like Dr. Nyati to probably take note of, because it's going to come back to you around. I apologize. In a society where, and I like that Marley is referring to inclusive humanity and maybe not narrowing it down to gender. Marley, and I fully agree, but I am interested in understanding how corporate is actually dealing with this question specifically. We're in a society where diversity includes embracing sexuality, rather sexual orientation versus the gender conversation, right? How is it being integrated in employment, but also in policy formation? We've got the LGBTQ I plus A plus community that we haven't been able to fully integrate in terms of our policies or clearly identify what that means from an equity perspective. So if you can maybe ponder on that, that because I think it's a big concern, it's a big question because there's a sense of lack of inclusivity on Mali's point, without reducing it just to gender. Mali, thank you. Tuli, please.
Thank you so much, and greetings to everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had more often than we actually, basically dedicate time to. A lot has actually been said, I think, this morning, and we all agree in this room that women have actually been driving equity, for centuries and centuries. They have been leaders without titles. In fact, all of us sitting in this room can actually go back and say, I am who I am because of this particular woman that actually nurtured and shaped me and taught me life and gave me the right values. And today we are able to actually be one step or 10 step better than our previous, generations within our families and so on. And if that basically is the foundation that has anchored us to be these respectable leaders that can today share their opinions or basically have an opinion on national, and global issues, then the question is, how is it that when we go back home, we see women differently? When you go home to your mother, to your grandmother, to your wife, or to your sister, you respect them. But when you are in the workplace, or you are in society or in communities, you suddenly really forget about how important those people are in your life and in shaping the lives of others. I also then basically say, if I just look at myself, just reflect on myself. Yesterday, I was sitting at a dinner, conversation with some leaders, and everybody, I think, is talking about IDT right now. And my input to that conversation was, I don't know how I would look at my mother. That is the first thing that came to me. How would I look at her in the face and basically say, this is who I am? Or this is what I have become. So everything that you have put in me, this is what I have become. It has amounted to this. And then how do you look at your family? Because it takes a village to raise a child. And that village comprises women. It comprises women that would have taught boys that in this household, we all do chores. If there's cleaning, we all clean. If there's cooking, we all cook. If there's washing, we all wash. And I think that goes back to, what was said about you can't then blame the world and society and the community if you fail to instill the values at home. But do we actually take the values at home and basically take them to society? Do we leverage our areas of influence or our corners of influence to actually be better because we have been made better by the very same women? And I think if we talk about fairness, equality, and the things that basically become obstacles, do we sit and look at what are our contribution, directly or indirectly, in actually enforcing this and making them even big and magnifying them? We say it's a man's world. And most of the people that tell you it's a man's world, it's women. Already, just there, we are basically almost saying we are not equal, we can't be equal. A lot has to be done for us to be equal. But every man is born of a woman. Like, I just don't understand, and maybe then the question that we need to ask ourselves is, where did we go wrong? Because there's something wrong about this thing. A mother would be a single mother and raise so many kids on her own. Those kids would actually be sons and daughters. But when we get to society, we are suddenly different to those kids that this mother would have, brought up. And again, we need to dig deep inside of us and say, this conversation, these questions, these solutions, the what needs to be done, is it really sitting outside there somewhere? or is it sitting inside in each one of us? And is it basically something that we would actually champion? And do we actually call a spade and speak truth to power, even to our friends? What do you do when you see your male friend or your female friend doing something that does not actually espouse the right values that would ensure that the values that our great grandmothers and our grandmothers instilled in us are actually enforced in the business world, in the political world, in the communities, and in the social circles that we actually have? I do think that we need to build from inward out versus basically looking for the answers out there and thinking we will then embrace those answers ourselves. I think we are the people that will actually make sure that driving equity is not just for strict, but we actually seek inspiration to all the answers that we have, because the answers are there, the examples are there, and we have all been brought up, in a manner that allows us to drive equity, both men and women. Thank you.
100%. Values influencing behavior. Thank you so much for that, Tuli. I think as a follow-up question to the global context that you spoke about, are we coherent in terms of our equity, I'll say struggle or context? Are we coherent with the global perspective? Maybe think on that while I come back to dialogue on the income conversation.
Yeah. We talk a lot about income disparity, but the way I look at income disparity, it's an outcome. And it's an outcome of the value system that a corporate holds or a society in general. And that outcome is as a result of how we view women and men, or the gender. And, just reflecting on what Tuli said, and, we raise women raise children, both boys and girls. And in many households, even today as we speak, there are households where women are treated girls are treated differently to boys. And that ultimately flows because these same people become adults. And, you then get women who become custodians of patriarchy. And that usually happens. And the women become the custodians who actually ensure that men thrive more than women, and men get opportunities more than women. And so as a result, those disparities start. So when you look at what you need to do, so practically, what you've got to do about it, I recently co-authored a paper just really speaking to a lot of these issues. And it's not really just income disparity, but speaking about how to actually drive the concept of equity right through and across in order to ensure that you've got a more equal society and an organization. Because ultimately, I always say when women thrive, society thrives and the organization wins. So the first one for us is, sit down as a team, look at the KPIs and strategies that will enable us driving the concept of equity within the organization. So, people, we're human beings, and we behave based on what we are rewarded. And many a time, we would reward certain behaviors that are not aligned with ensuring that inclusion thrives in an organization. So for us, the bottom line is very important, but equally, our KPIs around diversity, equity, inclusion actually are a determining factor as to whether or not you as an individual are performing in the organization and whether or not your business function performs. Of course, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the bottom line because your shareholder needs the bottom line. The second is really just making sure your recruitment strategies are fair and inclusive. And we developed what we call rules of the road to ensure that when we recruit, the recruiting panel is as diverse as possible as well. Because when you don't have a diverse panel, nature tells us you want people who are like-minded, and those biases are inherent in us. And so it's always interesting when you get a diverse panel, you will always get diverse views, but at least that enables a conversation, and you get a rich conversation that really then lends you to the right candidate without, really trying to manage those biases. The third one is recognizing, particularly in South Africa, the deep, painful past that we have, focusing on ensuring that we've got cultural intelligence. And why do I say so? We would walk into a boardroom and somebody doesn't speak in a, we call it probably polished manner, the Model C way of speaking. And somebody thinks, oh, that person speaks, and they voice out their opinion in a room. And the person who was probably raised to be seen and not to be heard has got something very important to say. And they are literally palpitating inside them and they don't know where to start. As a leader, you have a responsibility to recognize that and to pick that out and ensure that you actually coach that person. You literally have to also, invest in, training people on some of this cultural intelligence and really getting them to start thriving in the workplace, because at the end of the day, you cannot leave them in that space. And in most instances where I have taken personal projects, and I call them personal projects to do that, you actually are amazed at what you would get. And as a result of that, you then start working on income disparity, because you're now creating an organization that is a lot more aware of equity. But most importantly, is to ensure that the policies you have are not just on paper, and that leaders actually practice them, and that they're also included in those KPIs. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Um, Mali, I do have an interesting question for you, a different one rather, but I want Tuli maybe to answer on the global coherence. But your question is, what does equity look like now for you? The women in 1956 marched to the union buildings for freedom of movement, right? Our struggles are different in 2025. We are now women in boardrooms, we are women in corporate, we are women in positions of influence. What does equity look like now? If you can just map it out for us. Tuli, over to you.
So I think if we look at, are we coherent globally? I think the answer is superficially yes, but in reality no. I just kind of like think, I mean, I've worked for multinational companies that are, you know, from one end to the other, just in terms of culture. I mean, I was with General Electric, I was with Total, and that's American, that's French. I've actually worked a lot with the Japanese. We've had a Russian client, so we're spending quite a lot of time in Russia before the whole Ukraine thing kicked in. And one consistent thing is that everybody looked surprised that a person like you is actually sitting in the US and having a input in a meeting that has all these male leaders. And we actually look at America and think they are more advanced than us. And when you get closer to them, you realize how they would then sit you down and say, my sister, women, in particular Black women, are still very much marginalized here. The corporate culture is very harsh if you are actually loud. So you are taught to actually know your place. And that is how you get promoted. You don't get promoted because you're bringing your thoughts and who you are. In the main, you are promoted because you are the good girl that takes that note of paper from a male leader and you make that as your contribution. And it's not your contribution. So they are basically voices that are silenced. And you are basically still providing the ideologies and the solutions that are informed by the other side. versus your own. And I've seen that across the board. I mean, I now sit on the French South Africa Chamber of Commerce and Industry as the core vice chairperson. And when you talk to women in that space as well, you can see that there's consistency in the things that we see as our own struggles. They get to a point where they need to be managed because we are managed as women. There is just that something that says, you can't get here and tell us this. Even in how you are scoped in terms of your work. Sometimes you can see that, okay, this is kind of like saying, this is your lane, stick to this lane. And what do we then do? We stick to that lane because we are told to be good girls. You don't care about all the other women that you are letting down because now you've got one foot in. You only care about you. And the sense of fear is real. Nobody talks about that. The sense of fear is real. The fear that if I open my mouth and I lose this job, I'm not going to be able to look after my family. If I open my mouth and I lose this job, I will not get another job that will actually put me in a leadership role. And, this is just across the world. Some conversations are more public, like we would have. Some societies, those conversations are not as public as we are having. And I just think it's a conversation that requires us to be intentional about championing it beyond our borders. I think another frustration that I have, we were just talking about it right now outside, is how, as Africans, we always think, I am South African. And you actually put your head down and you just focus inwardly on South Africa. That is so limiting because we are allowing the stereotypes and these influences to come from outside the continent and basically divide us as countries. If you're a South African woman and you're tough, don't worry, I'll get a equally competent and qualified woman or even overqualified next door in Namibia and bring them to work here in South Africa. So you should always fear about your place and be protective. But if we actually talk about driving equity as the Southern Africa region, as the African continent, and basically anyone coming from outside into us, they know that this is our vision, this is our collective stance. You're not going to come and do your nonsense here. They will not do it. So I think, in essence, we need to actually recognize that this is not unique to us, period. But we also need to recognize that we need to actually teach the world, teach each other how to treat us. And also, we need to prioritize us because in prioritizing women, we are not just prioritizing women, we are prioritizing us. Because when women feel confident to actively contribute, when women feel confident to actually call out things that are not okay in society, guess what? We are building a stronger society that will thrive. And I think generations and generations to come will look back and say, what did you do about this? And I think we will come out wanting and short. Thanks.
Thanks, Tulin. Thank you. Mali, before you go ahead, Baba Ngiyaxolisa, uthi nje ukhona la endlini. There's another question, just the last one, if you may allow me. Thank you. Understanding the fact that, yes, we are the architects of this agenda, the equity agenda, right, as women. But we don't want to be oblivious to the fact that there's a role that men do play in actually driving this along with us, right? What should be done differently, or what could be done differently by us, women? What would you advise?
Yeah, this is a big question and a difficult question. And I think collectively, first of all, we need to first accept that uh, the status quo is serving men.
Ngiyaxolisa baba, bacela ukuthi uphakame for. I'm so sorry to have you standing. I apologize.
I was saying that we need to first acknowledge the fact that the status quo is serving men. You know, we are asking men to drive the change and support the change, but they are actually working against their interest. So we need to accept that is the situation. Then we will start to be able to see how can we now come up with ways that make these men, regardless of the fact that they may see themselves as working against themselves, to do the right thing, you know. And one of those ways in some of the organizations that I've worked for is really incentives. You know, Taylor spoke about the KPIs. You know, you need to make sure that you are incentivizing or measuring people to drive the behavior that you want. Mm. And when it starts to hit you where, you know, you'll start to see people being converted. Said, what happened to so and so? But it is hitting him in yeah. So I would say that we need to just start from that point, and then at some point, once people they've embraced this, they start to see the results. As I was saying, for me now, nobody has to tell me anything about diversity, because diversity is something that I believe in. I see the results of diversity. Once you've got teams that are diverse, you've got different perspectives. As Taylor again was saying, you get solutions that are coming out of that are much richer, you know. But to get to that point where you now know, you have to be forced to go there. There are many ways of doing that, but one of them is to use the incentives and measurements. Thanks.
Siyabonga bam. Thank you for that. Back to you, Marlene.
Yes. Are we going to what does equity look like now? Thank you. So I want to again go outside or beyond the confines of what is work, to encompass all of society. And I think we are exceptionally lucky as South Africans for this Constitution and Bill of Rights that we have. We forget sometimes how amazing it is to be able to agree, to disagree, to say what we feel, to say what we think. And it doesn't have to be embraced, but we have the space to do it. And as human beings, you know, when I think about, if I go to the corporate world, and my experience of the corporate world is that people value being busy. Everybody's busy, 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 busy. And for me, if you, a truly great leader is not so busy that they do not have the time to introspect, that they do not have the time to check themselves, to question what is going on around them. And when I take the lens of the woman, going back to the lens of women that we are taking, it almost seems that matters or soft issues are relegated to the women's domains. And we came in fighting for a space, fighting for a space, for a voice, to vote, to have a space at the boardroom, to talk on topics that matter. And and I think we're way beyond that now. You know, because the way we've been working is within a space of confinement. Because those frameworks that are in place did not come from us. We tried to fit in. And the question we need to ask ourselves is, why must we fit in? Are those frameworks? Let's rethink those frameworks. Are they the right ones? Is that the right starting point? Are we going to get to the aspired state by working with those frameworks that we didn't really contribute to, that we didn't co-create? And when I think about equity, it is about co-creation. And when I think about inclusive humanity, it's about co-creation. It's not about this lens and that lens. It's about us coming together as a collective and thinking about what has worked and what has not worked. And many things have worked in this country. Many things have worked on the continent. Many things have worked in the world. And we don't have to talk about all the phenomenal things and all the accomplishments. I think our starting point is what hasn't worked. And a lot more has not worked than has worked, or else we wouldn't have the rates of inequality and inequity that we have now. We would not have the minority being the privileged and the minority understanding access and riches and wealth. So the starting, it's not, I mean, as a world, we've progressed phenomenally. And as a world, we've grown so fast and we've accomplished so much more with every decade that goes by. Time is going by in the blink of an eye, but there are so many things that haven't progressed together with that. Our education systems, our ways of doing things, our ways of bringing people and community together. When I think about the way I grew up, the one thing that was all encompassing was community. Now we live in isolation. We don't know what's happening even with our extended families, with our neighbors. And we haven't embraced things that keep us together and show the value and the care that we have. It's theoretical. And if we want to really think about equity and inequality, we've got to think about the systems that are in place and whether they are serving us well or not. And we cannot do that in isolation. We cannot do it in these privileged confines. We've got to think more broadly about the accomplishments we've made and the way we think. But if we don't introspect and if we don't use the agency that we have and we don't use our time well, we don't accomplish much. So we need to change the systems and change the expectations if we want to be more inclusive and embrace inequality and inequity and get rid of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Marlene. Um, I am going to open for a few questions from the floor, but before we quickly get into that, you speak about systems, Marley. Dialo, what are these systematic blind spots? Like, what are the blind spots that we're experiencing that still hinder this very progress, right? And I'll open it not only just to Dialo, but I mean anyone in the panel, while we ponder on questions on the floor. I'll be generous. I'll take 5. Can I take 5 then? I can't take 5. Okay, sure. She's spoken. So how many can I take? I'll go for 5. And I've got a hand here, I've got a hand there. So just the systematic blind spots that hinder the process, the progress, therefore, quite frankly.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And
I've
it
thrown you in the
depends.
deep, ne?
You've thrown me in the deep, and it
So-
depends whether you see a glass half full or glass half empty. So, and I choose to see it half full, but maybe I'll respond in this manner. You know, I live by a mantra. I'm raising boys, and I live by a mantra: uplifting other women, grooming better men. And I think one of the big blind spots that I have personally experienced and come across is the concept of grooming better men. And South Africa has got great policies. And even if you look globally, the UN, you just look at all the SDG principles, you look at all the, when you read all of these things on paper, it reads very well. And you got to ask yourself, why doesn't it translate? Why? For me, the way I look at it is I go back to my mantra. You know, if you uplift women and those women uplift other women, they start to look at things differently. But at the same time, we've also, I think we have a blind spot in assuming that with, you know, I mean, it is a fact that, you know, corporate leadership is predominantly male. And in fairness to them, they also have a particular value system. They also were raised in a particular way. And to expect that the rule book will be read to them and compliance will come thereof is probably a little naive, but a good starting point was really the policies have to be made. But how do we actually go along the journey of grooming better men? And there are a lot of things that I think we can do much better as a society and as corporate and corporate Africa, corporate South Africa, to make sure that we groom better men so that they can thrive as well in a society where women are equal and the concept of equity thrives, because equity will have to recognize that women are fundamentally different, but at the same time bring something valuable to the table and enrich society and all conversations as a whole.
Thank you. That's profound. Actually, on the topic of uplifting other women, I think you're quite passionate around the mentorship, and I'm not really a fan of it because you get mentored and mentored and mentored and mentored and nothing really ever happens. How are we fixing that? How do we, in our positions of agency, not just mentor and mentor and mentor, but ultimately say, listen, Akona, there is this opportunity. I am mentoring you for this opportunity. I'm holding your hand to get into this opportunity specifically. So how are we reframing the concept of mentorship? Because we do it so well. Mentor, 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 and ultimately nothing really materializes out of it. So
I fully agree. I think we do mentoring as a box ticking exercise. But for me, I think we need to help people to be leaders that can stand their own in the world. I also don't believe in spoon feeding. Like, you can't mentor me for a role because as I learn more, as I get more exposed, I may be interested in something completely different. I think we need to just groom leaders for the world as it is today and into the future, not for a role. I think that's limiting in itself. And then I think, on the other hand, as well, the concept of leaving the better world, leaving the world better than you found it, needs to be our guiding principle, because you almost groom people to get the next big position so they get the next big check. There are no values there. It's just so wrong, because we then complain about this whole, culture of just amassing and amassing and amassing. There's one thing that I've carried with me, my grandmother, a very strong woman, used to actually take her last bit of money and go and buy secondhand clothes for us. Our parents could afford new clothes, but we valued the secondhand clothes more. And the only reason I valued the secondhand clothes more is because each time she would give you, she would say, when you say thank you, she would say, no, 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 don't thank me. Just remember that you need to do good to the next person. I think it's that whole thing of, if I give to you, it's not just for you, it's for the world. Give to the next person. Because when all is said and done, you come into this world with nothing. You leave this world with nothing. You can actually amass all the tender billions, you can amass everything. But, when God says, come here, I need you this side, you can't hold on to your Lamborghini, even if you want to. You just go into your little, grave, or you get cremated. And that's the end. Then the question is, how will you be remembered? What mark have you actually left? Do all of these things really matter? So, going back to answer your question, I think we need to groom better leaders and not move away from this. I need you to be the next manager, and then in 20 years, you're the CEO. And all that this person is doing is looking at how much the CEO is earning. And they are, in their mind, they are thinking about, yo, the CEO is actually earning 20 million. So if I'm just good and I just focus and it's all about me and I push everyone aside, that's what I'm going to earn. It should be more than about the individual. So I think that's how we should look at it. Thank you.
Marley, do you wanna lean into the question?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Or maybe actually, let me take it to a different direction. Grooming leadership for the world. I know your perspective around society and how we should show up in light of what Tuli just echoed now. What are your sentiments? Mentorship, grooming leaders for the world and not necessarily for specific positions.
Yeah, I 100% agree with it. So I think there's different ways of mentoring and coaching people and finding them where they're at. And I don't think it's so much about the mentoring or the coaching, but I think when we think about ourselves and our position and our place in the world, it comes back to giving back and being supportive of others that need to be not just uplifted, but need advice, need a push, um, need access. And there are so many different dimensions of that. So I'm very much in support of not just, finding people in your immediate surroundings, but thinking about where's the right space that's outside of, when we think about work, there's always people at work that you can help support and mentor, but getting outside of that comfort zone and looking beyond your natural environment and looking at who needs this that wouldn't necessarily have access to it. And it's important to step outside of that and make yourself available. So I absolutely 100% agree.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mali. We do have a question right here, and we have one there. That's two. We've got three, 4, 5. Ubaba right there at the corner. So I don't think we do have another mic, so I'm gonna have to stand.
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy that you raised the issue of systems. And my question was rather to say, we have 45% of women who are sitting in the National Assembly, and that has not translated into gender equality. Now, how do we deal around the issue of, you know, going against the systems that women find themselves operating within? Is it an issue of being, you are now in leadership, are you being co-opted into that very same system? I can't really say that it's lack of agency. And we know the top 3 industries that we haven't seen transformation in women: financial sector, women that are sitting in leadership. I'm not talking about hiring in. Is it an issue of being co-opted in the systems, existing systems, or lack of agency? Thank you.
Okay. Now, before you answer, Mali, I'll ask that we take 3 questions, and then each of you can just decide how you want to, just for the essence of time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kagazile from City Power. I am a female engineer. So here's my question. We speak of gender equity, diversity, and inclusion for women. But in our small cycles, you find that as women, we've got issues like your pull hair down syndrome, also known as PhD. We've got your queen bee syndrome. When this lady has made it, she wants to be the only queen in the room. And you've got your sticky floor situation syndromes. How do we then, as women, move forward from such issues? How do we move from competing unnecessarily into collaboration? When you look at how gents do business and move their careers, they've got boys club. Where is the girls club? Thank you.
Sticky, what was that? Sticky? Sticky floor. You might need to unpack that sticky floor situation.
Thank you. Thanks for the wonderful panel. My name is Nyeleti, and I'm part of the V20. My question is based more on history and systems. The apartheid system was clear that the biggest value was racial supremacy. And they then went and do everything, including putting laws in place so that that value becomes real. We've technically inherited that system. And so we're trying to do all these things that we're talking about within that system. My question is, if, give or take, it took 100 and odd pieces of legislation and regulations to make apartheid legit, because otherwise it would have been a crime against humanity. Have we done enough to dismantle? Because we can't talk about what we do now within a system that we inherited before we dismantle that system first. And I don't even want to get to the women conversation yet, because it's even a system within a system, right? So yeah, that's my question. Have we done enough to dismantle the system we've come into? Thank you.
If our panelists can please, you can decide who takes which question. Thank you.
There were 2 questions that came up on system, and I know I mentioned systems a few times, so I'll address that. The first one was on systems and agency, and is it a question of systems or agency? And maybe it's a combination of both. So when we think, and I'll bring women into this because often women are called to fix these kinds of systems or fit into the systems which we didn't co-create, and it probably is the wrong approach. And I think Mzile Mlambo Nguka, who's our former vice president and also the head of UN Women, she spoke a lot about this, and what she has often said is it's not about equality, gender equality, and I'm not saying that's a non-issue, but often what we're dealing with across society, across the world, is something where the power structures and the power imbalances are all pervasive and they're not going away. And unless we start addressing that, we're dealing with the same old system and nothing changes. We're trying to fit in, adapt, but we're not saying that this just does not work. What's the new approach? And how do we think of it differently? Um, and the same when we think about yes, our starting point was we've moved to a democracy, and it's not been an I mean, we managed to do that in a way that has truly been admirable. But did it address the systemic suffering that it's caused within our society? And now, I mean, even now, we only 30 years later, and I've heard many people, and many of you probably have as well, in the workplace and outside of the workplace, like, it's been a long time. Are we going to blame everything on apartheid? Just get over it. Like, how? How? Because it's not being addressed. And the structures have not been taken away. We are sitting with townships. We are sitting with people who do not have homes. As I mean, we teetering on over 40% of unemployment, and we teetering on. We've also got gender-based violence. If you look at the last numbers that came out in December 2024, those were sitting at 33% of women over 18 that has experienced some kind of physical violence. That translates into over 7 million of our population. And those numbers are massive. So when we think about what we've accomplished as a society, how we have transitioned, what has been addressed and what has not been addressed, we are skimming the surface. We've got an amazing constitution. We've got an amazing Bill of Rights. It's not lived and enacted. We talked about grand scale corruption. We talk about lack of leadership. With all of that in place, there's been little to no consequences. And we sit around as society and we are frustrated. We are frustrated at the lack of real change in organizations, a lack of real change in society. We praise people and leadership. We don't feel it and we don't live it. And we need to look to ourselves because we forget about our agency. We forget about who we are and the kind of agency we have. If we don't come together as a collective, not much can change. So if we carry on with those outdated systems which don't serve us well, we are not rethinking how we can have real change.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. But you spoke about Parliament and the women in Parliament. To me, that is just the best example of the good girl syndrome. It's just as simple as that. You want to actually be called a parliamentarian, you want blue lights, you will keep the party line, you will not bring your thinking cap on, you will do as you are told. And the women in parliament are in a very influential position where they can actually influence and change the thinking. But sadly, their hands are tied. I remember once Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma voted against the party line. The people that chastised her the most were women, right? So we have been conditioned to actually elevate, men, protect men, make sure that the status quo remains. I think also there was a question around the pull head down syndrome and then the sticky floor, and all of that. I'm not sure what a sticky floor is. I think we will get an answer. But to me, I also think First, you need to choose what you will stand for and who you are. You know, this is about values. I think we're gathered here under, V20. And it's a reminder that you make your choice, you basically pay the price. So whatever good and whatever bad comes out of your choice, you will pay the price. Everything has a price. Being a person that does not actually confer or basically go with corruption, which is what surrounds us and it's what we emulate, it's what success and what our role models look like. If you want to be different, you'll never drive a Lamborghini. Be at peace with that. Are you at peace with that? Or are you actually saying you want to do things right, but still drive the Lamborghini, so long as you are not caught? You need to stand for something, you know? I remember at a time where my business was just starting, we had a client and we had to help this client in 10 African countries. We did 6 countries exceptionally well, you know? The 7th country, this client goes to one of my team members and says, "Can you do this thing on the side and we'll pay you X amount?" Right? And they are having this discussion. They go into a meeting on the client side, not knowing that one of the people there is a sister to a friend. And they're saying, no, we can get this thing cheaper if we just use the employees there, because they already do the work, they know the work. And this person then just told me because she believed I am not going to be party to actually bringing a woman's business down. I know how hard you've worked for this and have been intentional with, getting the right people. When I approached the client's CEO, who's basically a boss to this country's CEO, so this is the Africa CEO, he actually tried to address it. And then they said, no, we've dealt with this person, but can you continue with these 4 countries? And, those 4 countries, I think when we had scoped them, it was about, give or take about 15 million, right? I could have said, yes, you've done that, and I'm going to take the 15 million. But I said, no, in principle, our values are actually against how you do business. So please take the money and give it to another entity. And we walked away. They never believed it. It was crazy. I'm an SME, I need the money. Do I have 50 million? I don't. But that's the price I had to pay for the values that I decided I chose these values for myself. I want to uphold. And we walked away. And I think 2 years later, the same entity came back to say, can you actually assist us? We've got this and this, and now it's a new person. I had to remind the person that in principle, this was our point of departure. And, I have nothing against the entity, but I don't want us to go down the same road again. This is how we prefer to do business, and we prefer to do business with people like this. Why am I sharing this story? It is very painful to actually do what is right. It is very unpopular. It is very lonely. Sometimes you'll even question yourself if you're okay. You will ask yourself, is this worth it? And the question is, do you have what it takes to actually walk the less traveled road? And I think therein lies all the answers that you need to actually, on your own, not trying to convince anyone or grandstand with anyone, on your own when no one is looking. Are you at peace with the choices that you would have made? And I think for me, it's about the choices that we make and understanding that that is who you are, that will define you forever, and are you okay with that forever?
Thank you very much. Firstly, just to congratulate BMF and V20 Summit, and the gratitude also goes to the chairman of ESCOM, whom I think encapsulated what values ESCOM prescribes on. I speak like this because I happen to be one of the proud ESCOMites that has since retired, and the organization shaped me almost for 30 years. So what the chairman said, I can echo. I'm not here to reiterate what the chairman said. However, what I would like to contribute towards is that when it comes to values, it's one thing reading or studying it, even in sociology, but how you live those values comes from how you were brought up. And I'm proud to say that having been brought up by a grandmother that has shaped how I viewed the world, that really helped me. But that didn't end there. The first person that gave me a breakthrough in my career at 26 was Dr. Helen Kuzwayo. Some of you might know of her. She wrote a book called Me Woman. And that was a woman that felt that at 26, I could be appointed a managing director. The rest is history. Now, why I'm sharing this is that when I started being in a leadership role, whereby we had to make sure we do what has been discussed and shared here. When you appoint women, and this may sound quite controversial, but I have to say it, is that you place them in a leadership role, you've got KPIs of X number of women that have to be appointed in leadership position, but you find the same women appointing men. And then I keep asking that now, if you are the one that is supposed to be driving this because you're part of the executive team, who else is then gonna do it? Because you keep bringing up these men. Now, looking at the topic here, reflecting on the role of women in driving equity, it should be reflecting on the role of women driving disruptive equity. And that needs to be measured. The chairman spoke about the incentive of incentivizing men to do it. I believe that the women themselves should be the ones that lead by example. Because when you've got targets, the KPIs that you spoke about is that what gets measured gets done. Now, every KPI is for everyone to meet. If there's 10 positions and 70% of it should be women, that means that when you've achieved 7 out of 10 of women being appointed, nothing then stops you from appointing the other 3 men, and vice versa. If there's 3 men that have been appointed, you've reached the target of 30%, that means then the 70% should be women. That then gets done. But if you're gonna be incentivizing wrong behaviors as well when targets have never been met, it will never happen. The same women are the same women that have to appoint other women. That's the point I'm making.
Siyabonga Baba. Zanele is already looking at me. I have run out of time. Unfortunately, I understand that there were hands at the back. I will not be able to take any further questions. To my panelists, any closing remarks? Daelo?
Very briefly, I think just in closing, to the women, be bold and courageous, and the universe will reward you. And to the men, equally so, be courageous enough to demonstrate humility and go on a lifelong learning journey.
I think in closing for me, really, I'd like to say, let us go back to basics. Let us not overcomplicate this thing. Let us not make it a whole academic conversation. It's not that deep. You know, it's not, as young people would say, let us draw inspiration from who we are, who we were raised to be, and most importantly, let us actually shut out the noise, the wrong noise, and let us be intentional about what we keep in our heads and how that informs our actions. Let us make sure that we practice what we actually preach. Let us not talk. Our say-do ratio should actually be our guide on whether we are on the right track or not. Thank you.
Thank you. I 100% echo everything you say. It starts with us. It starts with us as individuals, as couples, as communities, as societies, and we can do it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your audience. Thank you so much, ladies, for pulling through and bringing the best versions of yourselves to this conversation. If it is not the lack of policies, is it the lack of understanding the values, or is it how we understand we should translate them into behavior? Our choices make us. What are we choosing today? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to me and bearing my voice. Zanele, you will take over. I believe we do have some gifts for the ladies. Um,
And we'd like to invite to just hand out the gifts and to say thank you, our MD Monde and Dr. Tabea, please, to join us. Dr. Tabea, to please join us in giving the gifts. Tabea. Let's keep it warm with a round of applause. And let's It's Women's Month as well. I mean, this feels like it should have been like a topic for the whole day. And I said this last year, and I'm saying it again. We need a day for this. We also need a day where everybody joins us, because I'd love to hear the dialogue around how we position men for success in the environment, because their success is also our success. When they feel participating, when they feel they can direct, they can lead in this environment alone, then we're not alone, because we need the partnership. If I can tell you now, these guys can be amazing waymakers, right? They are actually amazing waymakers, and we applaud you for that. For those of us who know the impact you make in our lives. I want to share something very quickly. I studied psychology and came across a psychologist called Fanon many years ago, and I was fascinated by his analogy around colonialism and how colonialism affected different people, how it affects white men, how it affects white women, how it affects black men. He comes to the portion around how it affects black women. Can I tell you what he said? He said, of black women, I have nothing to say. It blew my mind, right? So there's a whole conversation that we then have, and there's a couple of conversations on the internet that are lectures that unpack why he said that, right? And you can look at it in various ways. I believe in two things for now. He said it because he understood that there is so little to expand and to say that he had no words to describe what it felt like to be a black woman at the bottom of the food chain. Because you can unpack a white man's role, you can unpack a white woman's role, right? As the gatekeeper of patriarchy, etc. You have a lot of fun words to use about her role, and we all know it well, most of us. And then you can unpack the black man as the one that comes next. You can, in South Africa, add all sorts of other races. And then you go right down to the bottom and you find the black woman. And he just could not at the time explain it or expand on it. And then I thought, he also says, it's up to us. It's up to us. It's us who can define what our experiences are as black women. We can choose, we can shape, we can design, we can be in, we can be out, we can have an opinion, we can refuse to have an opinion. We can enjoy, we can glide, we can slide, we can fight. There's nothing to be said for us. It's up to us. So on that note, we are fighting for a day for ourselves next year. And maybe we'll handle Fanon even then. But I'd love to move us on to the next panel. And I think we have enough time. We'll really stretch ourselves to do one more panel. Please inviting on stage our moderator, Nontogozo. Let's give her a round of applause. And I'm hoping Dr. Tabea Nkabinde is here to join you, the former EEC Commissioner, Pelisa Ngomo, Development Economist and Chairperson of the Oxfam SA, and then Professor Michael Sachs. Has he joined us? Fantastic. This is nuts. Fantastic. All right, here's mine. Can I have the second microphone, please? Let's not forget our audience. They're listening on the top mic.
I think Dr. Sidwell, please, if you could join us. We had to reshuffle our panel in the same spirit, reshuffle our cabinet sometimes. I feel more like a prison warden because we are the panel that's separating our lovely audience from lunch. But I hope that you will enjoy this discussion and that it's a sufficient appetizer before lunch. So I will introduce our audience, our panelists rather. We have Dr. Tabea Chesane, whose career spans 30 years in transformation. She leads People Matter Group, an ecosystem of 4 transformative entities, offering compliance audits, targeted training, policy design, analytics, and implementation support for companies striving towards inclusive excellence. A solutions-based and orientated leader, she continues to bridge the gap between justice, business continuity, and real transformation. Her voice is sought at national and international events, ranging from ministerial hearings on equity legislation to United Nations forums, where her counsel blends moral clarity with strategic realism. Most recently, Dr. Tabea Chesane earned her doctorate in employment equity, an academic milestone rooted in decades of practical leadership. Her thesis critically examines the structural delays in workplace transformation and offered novel frameworks for sustainable change. She emerged not just as a scholar, but as a practitioner advocating for insights-based remedies rather than primitive compliance alone. Please join me as we welcome our first panelist. Our next panelist is Dr. Sidwell Sigweni. He's a Vice President of Transformation Merchants, which is a subsidiary of NTT Data. Sidwell joined Merchants SA in September 2015, and he's responsible for transformation, sustainability, and skills development. He's also an engaged EXCO member of Business Process Enabling South Africa, leading the sectoral transformation within the global business services sector. His vision for the future is nothing short of a transformative legacy with sustainability, social, economic impact for the country. He derives pleasure in giving back to the community through the development of talent, among others. A part-time faculty member at UNISA, Antonio University of Technology, and he occupies various leadership roles in NPO organizations. Please join me as we welcome him. And last but certainly not least is Ms. Pelisong Gomo, who is a developmental economist, and she is keenly an advocate of gender equality, economic inclusion, and industrial development. She's based in South Africa, and she's a seasoned social scientist with experience spanning on public discourse issues like geopolitical dynamics, macroeconomics, debt development, and international trade. In her early days of activism, Peliso was part of global movements on debt cancellation, the Jubilee movement, and global campaigning against poverty, as well as trade unions. Ms. Peliso Nkoma has almost a decade of being an economic advisor for public sector, public enterprises, and economic development. In South Africa, she's part of the developmental economist team, and that authored an alternative macroeconomic plan for South Africa with the University of Stellenbosch, and she's part of the Budget Justice Coalition. She's one of the top 5 economists in South Africa whose opinion is sought on the state of the global economy, women's economic empowerment, as well as economic inclusion. She's the founder of the Women's Economic Assembly, a network of business-owned women who are advocating for the economic inclusion of women owned businesses through participation in economic sector value chains, through procurement in their goods and services. She's also a co-founder of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Response Fund in South Africa, and she's currently the co-chair of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Pillar 5 on economic power, a power which advocates against systemic and structural economic exclusion of vulnerable citizens, as well as the board chair of Oxfam South Africa and a former CEO of the Commission on Gender Equality. Please join me as we welcome her. Thank you. So now, I mean, our title for this conversation is really just reflecting on shared values, but the sub-theme is driving economic transformation as well as sustainable development. And I think as a precursory conversation, let's just go into a discussion around what that means to you, and why is that critical in our current economic climate. And a second follow-up question is, what is the most significant challenge in translating these shared values into tangible economic outcomes? Would you like to start?
So if I have to start about what economic transformation means, it means a place where access is a given. It talks to being able to access opportunities without having barriers that were systemically created by apartheid, as well as the patriarchy of our society. It talks at a fundamental level to the inequality in our society, the fact that we can sit here with the twang speaking, and there are people that are really struggling to get through school and to understand what the teacher is really trying to teach, when the teacher themselves is struggling to articulate what they want to teach the learner. So it is big in the sense that we're currently focusing on economic transformation when actually the variables that drive economic transformation are so much bigger given our history. And we hone in on what is just happening in corporates, what is just happening in terms of ownership, without really looking at the systemic inequalities of our society and what it means to grow up specifically as a Black child in South Africa. So while we talk about access, um, it goes down to the root of growing up in an unequal society, which does not even at this stage promise to be equal soon.
Thank you. Melissa?
I mean, I think one of the key things is that if you look at the Constitution of South Africa, Section 9 of the Constitution, fundamentally it promotes or it espouses to build an equitable society. So, and Dr. Tebe speaks about what that equitable society is about, right? So it's about ensuring that South Africa does not stay in transition from 1991 to 2005, 2025, sorry. But also, it also speaks about building an economy from the bottom. I think one of the key things, which actually, by the way, has been great for the post-democratic dispensation, is that we've inherited highly conglomerized economy. But I think the mistake we made was that we avoided Black and African people's issues. As it says, paper. When you avoid those issues, it means that perpetually those who have a history of exclusion would be. Let me make a simple example. Is that Black people have no history of being part of a corporate culture. Because probably what we know very close around economics is running a general dealer. I mean, I will make simple example that Black people don't have time. So if I'm saying I'm going to see you tomorrow morning is between 6 o'clock and 9. So I can pop in. But in corporate culture, if I'm seeing you tomorrow, I'm seeing you at 8 o'clock, right? And I think we don't pay attention to some of how Black people's issues are disconnected, and meaning we've not been able to integrate ourselves in an economy that sets different standards and we live at different standards. So literally, we live in parallel to the system. And one of the key things as well, and I like that Mteto is in the room, and we need to get a lot of Black people who lead corporate companies because they also had to live two lives at some point. Be a Black person in the morning until 8 o'clock when they leave home, but then be a white person at 8:30 until 5 o'clock, and then be a Black person as soon as they arrive at home, right? So it's two systems. But the most interesting thing is, why would it be two systems when we are in majority? What are we not doing right? Right? So how do we embed the identity of Blackness into in economics? Let's start, what are the basics is? How do you transform an education system? Because economics is an enabler in society, by the way. So for us to live productive lives and society to derive a certain dividend from individuals is that the quality of education that you receive must be people. I think the point that Tuli made very well is that we should not be investing in individuals for positions, but we must be able to investing in individuals to lead productive lives. And that productive life is an ability to make a choice that I want to do this and I want to do this. Now, a conglomerized economy is shrinking
because it depends on completely exogenous factors that we don't have control over. Amongst those is global financial capital markets. South Africa has become a middleman economy. We have reduced our industrial capacity from 43% when we inherited the economy in 1994. We're sitting at 19%. And in simple terms, it means 81% of the things we consume from this economy are coming from outside. How are you going to drive transformation? Look at the label of the dresses we wear today, right? Look at the food that we consume. And we have learned. So one of the key things then that the apartheid system has really been so strong on, and it continues to show, by the way, is that post 1994, white people have regrouped very well. Because the apartheid state have invested in economic coordinated architecture. Basic issue, and I'm just going to stick to agricultural sector. And I think, sorry, I mean, I'm just going to spend a little bit. So an agricultural sector would meet a minister and say, we're confronted with drought. And this thing, by the way, is evidence. I mean, there's the publications around it. And an association will say, we're confronted with drought in the belt of maize belt in Free State. The minister says also, what kind of intervention require? We require a 10 million intervention. The minister calls the president and says, I want to support the sector, and I want through a ministerial minutes, right? The president would say, so how big is this minute? And then goes on, it's going to threaten food security. Say, no, let's escalate it to presidential minutes. Monday, the meeting takes place. On Friday, the 10 million is released to support white farmers to produce food. Talk about the South African government, black government. You write a memo that starts from admin, it moves to a director, it moves to a chief director, and look at the efficiencies, right? It sits 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and people at that time in Umtata who have been displaced by floods are sitting in walls and their families. And the president will come and say, remember, government is slow. All right? So, and I think for me, there's a deep reflection amongst ourselves that we need to do, because part of the transformation work is the me. So that agency has also nothing to do with the power only you have, but it's just the role. I walk in, I'm sitting as a reception, and a black person walks in and says, am I in the right place? I'm coming to submit a CV. You say, I don't know what you're looking for. You've come into a wrong place. Instead of saying, can I please look at the CV? What are you looking for? Right? Let me direct you. You're actually in the wrong place. Here's the number. Let me look on the website. Are you in the wrong place? Sorry. Don't come here. Right? So we must look at how we've internalized oppression. Right? And the point it really makes about the fear that we have as Black people when we walk in position of power, but also the fact that we also don't have support as well, right? I'm going to talk about the pull-down syndrome, and I mean, it's something that we also need to reflect on around the social construction. So in essence, as I learned here, is that the key issue is that we have the power that we don't understand that we have it. Because we have the opportunity to build the economy from the bottom. The numbers gives us a chance, right? But of course, the system of education has not helped us, because the system of education prepares us to work. It doesn't prepare us to produce. It doesn't prepare us to be leaders. But we're empowered to change that education system. And why are we not doing it? Even when we talk about leadership, we talk about leadership when people, they're here already. The foundation is weak. So how are you expecting when I walk into a space where I have a foundation that's weak to really mobilize for Black people? Because I have deep insecurities. I have 9 lives. I'm sitting here now, I'm thinking, oh, it's month end. And e-wallet is going to ask, sorry, my daughter, I'm sitting here, we don't have electricity. It's my aunt, I have to support, right? But it's not issues that we talk about in workplaces in corporate. We're embarrassed that actually I have an aunt and a cousin who are going to send me an SMS and saying, we have no food. We are actually failing ourselves as well as Black people. Because you can talk about the system, but how do we organize ourselves? So the architecture of coordination, it's something that we need to commit ourselves into. A woman cannot be selling a ginger and scones and never secure a single business opportunity from Black people who are in power. What does that mean? ESCOM procurement systems are exclusionary but in a way that actually makes it sure that Black people would walk into ESCOM office without shoes. And I just want to be practical because I think we shouldn't be academic for this. We apply one size fits all because we assume that everyone else has to have a degree before they get a business opportunity. But in fact, all of us here, we're saying we've been raised by grand women who were not educated, grandmothers who were not educated, but in fact, who knew how to do bread. They didn't go on internet to do cover or to do bread. They knew it. But if I want to sell a bread in canteen at an ESCOM shop or in Prasa or a Transnet or etc., it will take me 5 years to get that opportunity. And Black people are in power. I get to meet with them at the weddings. I get to meet them at the celebrations. I get to meet them at the funerals. They don't even have time to have a conversation. Single time to have a conversation. There's an opportunity. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm busy. Take it to my PA, and it never gets answered. So the key question is: it's true we must blame the system, but also, do we have a vision? What society do we want to build? Our constitution says we want to build an egalitarian society. And that egalitarian society is not only depending on government, but it depends on the agency that we hold. And how do we make a difference?
Wow.
Indeed.
Look,
Indeed.
I think it's the month of August. It's a special month. We celebrate women, and it's a special one for me as well. It's my birthday month. But I think I do agree with everything shared. I can only add to say, economic transformation for me, it's a global phenomenon, and depending on which part of the world you find yourself, there are different emphases and perspectives. And if you look at the developed markets, the emphasis is more on the plights of minority who happen to be disadvantaged, and the advocacy, therefore, it's for inclusion of the minority. And our context is different. We're talking about the plight of majority who happen to be disadvantaged. And we have number of structural and systematic challenges which has existed for years and are still with us even today. They manifest themselves in the form of unemployment, inequality, patriarchy as well. Talking patriarchy, I think we know it's a societal issue, and the business world as well has not been an exception when it comes to dealing with patriarchy and related issues. And I think we need to call we need to call it for what it is in terms of addressing it, because it's in understanding what's before us in as far as the challenges are concerned that we will be in a position to start to bring about solution around those issues. The issues around education and misalignment, it's worrying. And I think South Africa, as with many parts of the world, we're not running short of good strategies and good intent, but when it comes to implementation, it becomes a challenge. And the reason in the main is because strategies you can outsource, you can get the best of consultants to come and craft those for you. When it comes to implementation, that's the actual true test of, whether you can make a meaningful change or not. I'm just reflecting, if you look at the public sector, the government in particular, they've crafted these Batupili principles. I'm not sure how many of you, read that piece of document. In actual fact, it's a powerful, instrument such that if it was implemented, I think South Africa were going to be a first world country by now. But unfortunately, it's implementation. And when it talk implementation, then we need to self-reflect to say, who are the people who are charged with the implementation? Yes, we can blame the politicians, we can blame it on corruption and related, but they say it takes two to tango, something like that. Yeah. So it means there are multiple parties who are involved and compromising themselves in terms of the value systems to get to where we are. If we say no to some of the things which we see are wrong at an individual level, then you aggregate that, it becomes something more powerful which can change the system. How many of us are prepared, when we get to be stopped by traffic cops, to negotiate our way out through a drink? It starts there. Somebody was telling me that when they have to go to driving school, it's like an established norm that you need to put on something for your license to be processed. But it's you and me and others who get to be involved in this and promote this kind of an ethical conduct to thrive. So sometimes, bad does not and evil does not thrive on the basis of, the perpetrators per se, but also because of, the good people whose voices get to be silenced.
I want to share, I think, initial reflections to your panelist, Dr.
So as I'm listening, a lot of what I'm hearing is around values, right? And very passionate about values. One of our biggest challenge is that we're very superficial about what's going on. And a lot of the time we want to present something that is not reality. So when I was doing my studies, one of the values that the participants brought up was substance over form. And I think it is so lacking. You walk into an organization, the values are there on the wall, you read them, you walk into the office, you see the values are broken. They don't exist, And I loved what Ndeka Mteto was saying around values and how we make values visible. They'll always remain conceptual until we can describe what the behavior is that goes with that value. And so for the longest time, we walk around with cognitive dissonance. We know what it should look like, but we're not making it happen and we're struggling to make it happen. And it goes to the individual, how we then deal with each other. The attitude that you give me when I walk into the room and how you look at me and you check out, or what is the value of that which I'm wearing or driving before you decide how you're going to respect me or not respect me. So at the heart of these issues is the human behavior. And as somebody who's been in policymaking, I love policy. I love it because it gives us a yardstick and it also gives us punitive measures. How do we enforce? How do we make things sure that things happen? But then I come back and say, you can't legislate behavior. You can't legislate behavior. We legislated, hey, no corruption, hey, whistleblowing, what. We know it's happening all the time. And you talk about negotiating a ticket, right? How do you legislate it? And I'm saying all of us need to take accountability and refuse to be used for something that's not real. How often do you walk into an organization, and in the past we used to talk about these BEE guys with their long shoes, long nose shoes, cell phone and a BMW and it's good enough. And then they settle, they settle for sitting behind the desk without authority. The biggest problem is that we've normalized it. We've normalized walking into roles that have a certain level of decision-making power, but we're not given the authority that goes with that. And it goes right from what is the level of decision that I can make as a receptionist? Can I say, I'm going to help you? It takes nothing from me to make it easier for you to get your CV submitted, right? Right up to the top where, I mean, sometimes I think it's so ridiculous how you walk into some of these organizations. I walked into a law firm and then I was standing at the elevator at the lift, and then there were a few guys, junior lawyers. The lift goes open. There's guys that are standing inside. We have to stand outside. The lift shuts, and then it goes, and it will come and fetch us because they're senior partners. The level of ego, man. Ego makes the courtroom toxic. And it makes difficult the ability to make decisions that affect you and me. And I often say that for as long as we don't recognize that everybody's somebody else's child, and we are so preoccupied with, "Oh, but I'm Tabia, I've got this, I've got that," we're going nowhere with economic empowerment. And you talk to the basic things of Tabia, you've come this far. You've come this far on the back of a lot of people. You did not get this far because there weren't people who were fighting for you. So, what are you going to do with that power? How are you going to make sure that you empower others who need to be empowered? How do you give one or two people a break just to break it through? And the queen bee syndrome then kicks in. Tabia, I'm the only black person. It's got to show, man. Everywhere people must be saying, first black woman this, first black woman this. And I can't afford to have other people following me and walking in my footsteps. So for me, I love the fact that this conversation is coming back to not what they are doing, it's what we are doing. And I think we've got it. We've got the recipe. If we can talk about what we are doing, because at the center of it is the values that drive what we do, we can change the system.
Thanks, Sispile. Just reflecting on what she's just said, and the real fear that was articulated and expressed in the previous panel around the feeling that people have when they assume these positions initially, where it's like, hey, I've just arrived, and you're expecting me to now transform spaces where I can only legitimately just participate, right? How do you translate the conversation to merely being a checkbox exercise, right? Compliance by begrudging compliance to radical transformation, but people really taking ownership of those spaces that they occupy. And how do we measure that and embed it deeper down if we're going beyond policy, post policy?
I mean, one of the things is organizing, by the way. For instance, if you rise into a position of power, you have structures like BMF, and you know that you have people that support you, right? But also, not only that, you also have people who are going to hold you accountable, because that's another thing as well we've not been able to do, is the self-checking and keeping each other accountable, right? The only thing then we end up reading about ourselves on the newspapers about all the deals we've been sitting with, because immediately you thought that the system, because it's given you an opportunity, then you kind of like uproot yourself, right? So I think at a personal level, it's important to have an inner circle that you often reflect on around the complexities of leadership, right? Complexities of new spaces, but also as well as really refreshing yourself in as far as what are the new ideas? How do we position ourselves in terms of using this power to truly transform and impact and making sure that you are not invisibilized? Because that's another thing as well. People are sitting with positions but highly invisibilized where they are, because the system of decision making makes sure that it doesn't recognize them, right? And this happens to Black people and happens quite often to women as well, right? So amongst the other thing as well, I mean, it's also about, we've not been able in South Africa to do what we call economic mobilization. We've done political mobilization. This gathering is about political mobilization, but economic mobilization is zero. What we've relied on is acquiring multiple degrees at an individual level, right? And just looking at my family and a little bit of extended family. But then we've not been able to be available for each other when we acquire these degrees, okay? And actually understand that, you know what, I actually know in my village where probably 5 people are educated, but I'll be available for another house, for another younger person, etc. Because that availability means that I'm able to either share some ideas. I mean, forums like these ones, but also even not even organized. You know that if there's a MGD, there's a circumcision celebration, but so and so is coming to the village. Let's get ourselves together and hear few ideas about what is it that is thinking. That's economic mobilization. Talks about what's happening, what skills are happening, what are the goods that are demanded. And White Apartheid did that so well. Sometimes the malls that we walk in today used to be industrial parks that were owned by government. And on the eve of the elections in 1994, they were sold or just given to a facilities manager. Says, hey, look, black people are about to take over power. Just take this property. And then, of course, they started working with pension fund, etc., and developed into malls today. But if you look at what those industrial parks were about, why people would walk in, pick up a skill, understand what's demanded in the economy. We don't even know where is our economic trajectory is, for instance. What are the demands? How do we? And all we are is we acquire this degree and thinking the next thing, just looking for that position, right, in that corporate sector. But we actually don't understand that part of really transforming the economy. We can't have 4 bread companies that supply 60 million citizens. Only 4 bread companies. So our economy is highly oligopolized. And in essence, because we've not had this economic mobilization, we then feed into that oligopoly, right? And instead, what private sector has really been clever in doing is to put pressure on government, right, to break down the monopoly. I mean, ESCOM is under pressure to make it sure that it opens up. It's no longer a monopoly of when it's something good. But are we doing that in the sectors in the private sector? Because the standards we've set up of our procurement is that simple is I'm not going to buy goods and service unless you are not linked with NESO, unless you are not linked with so and so, because we don't trust Pelisa Mamadlaman because how do we know you about, right? So in essence, we must think about how we've internalized oppression and how we oppress each other. I mean, it's not a misnomer that today you're actually sitting with 0.01% of white people who are working in public sector. Because private sector have regrouped. They create opportunities for each other. They are so organized. I mean, you look at most of us here in the room live in estates. Who manages our estates? Cuts the grass. Who does landscaping? Basic things. And when you track it, it's a family business. We undermine the general dealers that we're familiar with, and to which, in fact, have given strength to the fact that white people still control the economy. Is that in the value chain, they are actually, if they start primary production right up until agro processing, they'll make it sure they participate throughout, and it's family members, it's family members, it's family members. Here in South Africa, you are saying, I'm starting a family business. No. And today, if you look at European economy, particularly amongst the strongest, I mean, the German economy, by the way, has held Europe together as an economy. It's run by cooperatives. It's run by family businesses. Here in South Africa, families own 22,000 to 40,000 of hectares of land. It's family business. And all they do is that they diversify. So what we do as Black people, we move into the cities, we live in an apartment, in a beautiful house, we don't even have a piece of land, everything else. I mean, data shows that 85% of South Africans, before they eat, they walk into a supermarket. And that 84% is Africans. It's Black people. And that 15%, it's white people and a small portion of Indians, but Indians don't really like working in the land, yeah. But they are, but they're in the medical sector, they are pharmaceuticals, they're blah, blah, blah. So I think one of the key challenges, really, I want to land with it here, is economic mobilization. We must make it fashionable to talk about factors of production at family level. We talk, because part of the values is that how do you build a society that is not only equitable, but in fact, when we employ, we're not exploitative. We even hear stories here where they would say, yo, my boss is a Black person, but yay, he or she wants me to work 18 hours. Why don't you think about this person as a family, this person as a life, and then all of a sudden, they're going to lead to having to mental health, right? We're having, in fact, what is happening, by the way, and my generation, your generation, we must reflect. You know what young people are doing? They resign on the spot. Because what they are showing us is simple is the values unto which you espouse your leadership are incorrect. They are not humane. And you know, in fact, even if I don't have a penny, I'm not going to subject myself into this abuse. So we've become a custodians of an abusive system. Instead of showing up, because I mean, the point that Tuli makes, she says, truth path, by the way, makes you unpopular. I know a lot of people of you here in the room don't know me, but I'm clear because I stand on the truth. So you're not going to find me as a minister. You're not going to find me in a corporate because my values are clear. Commit to South Africans. South Africa must be your priority, not individuals. Black people and Africans must be a priority. We must break your heart. We must stop being desensitized. When you walk in the robots, you see a young man begging. Young men have actually been in this country, can't be traced anywhere else in the system. Better with younger Black women, if they get pregnant, they're in the system, they're going to get child support grant. So you know that they're sitting there. Young Black men drop out of school at grade 8 and grade 9. And today, that's what they're leading into social instability. All of us now, you know, when you're scouting for a house, you're looking, you want to stay in an estate because you're scared of actually staying in a standalone house because your own brain brother is going to torment you. But what are you doing about it? How are you making a difference to young men and say, I'm available to come and speak for a conversation? How am I available to Black community and say, I grew up in this village. I want to just come share knowledge. You know, in economics, we measure access to information. In South Africa, it costs you at least 75 Rand to have access to information because you have to take a taxi to go into a place that has a Wi-Fi. You sit in in an internet cafe because there are no computers at home. And I know that part of us who are really insulated with Gauteng life, we think everything else in hunky-dory. The real life, people who are poor go to Guatemala, go to Soweto, go to Mamelodi, right? People have to choose between meals. Do I eat breakfast? Do I eat lunch? Do I eat supper? How do we sit with so much land and we have 14 million citizens who go to bed without food? What values do we represent as Black community?
Thank you. Dr. Shuguen, how do you translate some of these strategies within a larger organization? Appreciating that we have different spheres of influence and in your space, how do you translate this so that it's tangible within a corporate?
So I'll respond with a question. How if, corporate South Africa take a stance of being, a business in service to society? Because then if you have a stable society, then your business in turn will thrive. And I think that's the stance which we've taken as an organization, to say we're going to leverage our technology infrastructure solution, which has global connectivity, which has full redundancy plan, to make a difference. And when I was appointed the transformation lead person back in 2015, I came with experience because I've been, in the tech environment, I've been in the mining, sector. And one of the things which was before me was to say, how you get into the boardroom, you're the only black person to start with. How do you start? Because in the first place, the people who appointed you want you to lead a portfolio which they don't fully understand. So the stance which I took was to say, I'm going to be the CEO of my portfolio. And that stance suggested that nobody else within an organization knows how it should be done better than I should do. And in that respect, I started to educate my ESCO members. I started to also take them through, the journey of understanding. And by then, because, when you are a subsidiary company, you get targets which get to be cascaded down. And one of those was what was mentioned in the earlier panel, to say, you can have targets. I fully believe in, what get measured gets to be done and related. But when it comes to transformation targets, I'm a little bit hesitant, and it's based on the experience. Because sometimes you incentivize the wrong behavior without preparing the environment, and people do it for wrong reasons. And then you bring, people into positions. Sometimes you do it for the sake of getting what is before you, but you're not genuine about, the true transformation. And as a result, because the environment is not ready, you end up frustrating the people. And what then are we going to say? We're going to say Black people don't have the staying power, but it's because the environment is not ready. So I had to take them through the education journey, just to, change the mindset. Because if you win the people in terms of the mindset, then they do it for the right reasons. And instead of pushing for people to do it, then, they become the advocate of transformation, because you need to multiply the voices of transformation. If it's centered on one person with just a portfolio, then you're not going to make an impact, and you're going to end up being, frustrated. So the resolve which we took is that we're not going to attach, targets to the transformation imperatives. We're going to work on the environment and make sure that we do it because it's the right things to do. But fast forward, I can indicate that you get close to our transformation outcomes, results. It's nothing short of, being admirable. And I hardly, self-appraise, but this is the reality. And we followed an integrated transformation approach, because if you get stuck to, your employment equity targets, they are very important, make no mistake. If you get stuck to your BE scorecard, there are easy ways to get, B level 1 and all those things. But what's the essence of that, transformation? Substance over form, like, Doc indicated here. So one of the things which we have done, and this is being pragmatic, by the way, is to say the scorecards and EE, well and good, but we're going to work on, what will bring about true transformation in terms of addressing, the societal challenges. Unemployment is one of those in big numbers, youth being the most impacted. Then we set up the academy,
And with setting up the academies, after realizing that even with our education system, you look at the whole overall of the NQF framework, it was, it had good intent, but it has not delivered what's supposed to deliver. FET colleges, you look at the universities. I'm talking now, we've got number of grade 12 learners who are sitting at home. They don't have options because our system can't accommodate them. If you talk higher education, the universities have not expanded. They still use the traditional form. Even in this age of technology, they have not, expanded the reach to accommodate as many learners as possible to enable access. In actual fact, we find international universities, institutions coming into South Africa to recruit, learners. But unfortunately, the barrier is that they are very expensive. So what do you do with those excluded youth who don't have anywhere to go? And that's why we came in to say, perhaps the demand-led skills development becomes an imperative beyond your learnerships, where people do it for B points. I'm not saying they're not important; they are important. Now, from a sectoral perspective, together with the DTIC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, social partners, we've put together the GBS Master Plan, Global Services Sector Master Plan, which has an aspirational target of creating 500,000 net new jobs by 2030. And the question is, how do you go about doing this? We've worked out a proposition for South Africa, which we purposefully take into the international market. UK, Australia, US, etc., etc. And what we propose to these markets is that we've got youth. We are a youthful nation, and sometimes we describe our situation as problematic. When you engage with these other markets, they look at South Africa, they can't help but admire the fact that we are a youthful, nation. And for them, it's like they see opportunities. So what we're trying to convince the investors outside the country is that we can, as part of their business continuity, as part of their de-risking the business, they can set up part of their businesses here in South Africa, and leveraging the technology, can be in a position to deliver services here in the country. And in that regard, we are in a position to service international clients from within South Africa. But that was not enough. That was not enough, because we said, okay, when we bring these net new jobs, and they are coming, by the way, how do we ensure that we bring meaningful transformation into the country? We decided to come up with a township hub strategy, where we basically take corporate into a non-corporate environment. We've set up in Soweto, we've set up here in Alex. We've got operations across even Joburg CBD here in Sandton. But if you go to Alex, if you go to Soweto, you've got a replica of what you find in Sandton, basically. But what that does is that it brings opportunities closer to where people live. It also stimulates entrepreneurship in the true sense of it, because when you operate there, you're going to require, services, whether it's security, whether it's cleaning, whether it's your redundancy plan, etc., etc. So we see a true value, and in turn, when it comes to ticking on the scorecard, it becomes seamless. And that, for me, what brings about meaningful transformation. And we have aspirational targets in terms of reaching other provinces within South Africa. But it's not enough, because we're not doing it for ourselves. We don't want, glory at the company level. We're saying, if we can collaborate more, then we can make an impact at a scale.
I just want to make one point. Thank you. Just one. Yes, just one. So, I think it will be remiss. The issue around growth enhancing sectors, while it's aspirational to have Ensentin, my brother in Alex, right? I think one of the key things we must promote is building businesses from the bottom. So, meaning that if we talk about green economy, regenerative agricultural sector, right? Production of food production. You talk about textile industry, etc. Amongst the key things we must then be saying is how do we integrate Black people into supply chains? But also at the same time, how to particularly build vibrant economic sectors that are consumption based. Because people, like, for instance, will never stop eating food, right? But sometimes I worry about linking our people into monopolized sectors because then, in essence, what you do is you just have the same Pick and Pay and ShopRite, etc., which actually we've seen it in our township, but you don't see NOMSA trading something else and something else, something else. But you also don't even see ShopRite demanding goods or buying goods from the local communities. But instead, they still buy them from the different suppliers. And I think for me, part of perhaps what BMF needs to do, because a lot of younger people who are coming through are in leadership position within these corporate sectors, is to really ask a fundamental question. If you look at the bulk of our procurement budget, where do we spend it in? Because at the heart of that, because once you create that demand, then people are going to start be able to say, we're presenting different products. But on the back of that, support quality control, support access to finance, support operation, because the whole ecosystem of SMME, then you know that then you're supporting the organized business. As long as you don't have that organized, we're always going to have this conversation with minimal tangibles. Thank you.
Thanks, it's great.
My final thoughts. I loved what Sidwell said about having an integrated approach to transformation. And that's one big lesson that I've learned from the work that I've done over the years. That for as long as we're chasing numbers, we'll never get the quality of work that we want out of it. So for me, what is critical is to create environments that are inclusive. And environments that are inclusive, I always say to people, the only way to measure whether an environment is inclusive or not is to walk in and ask people, does this feel like home? If it doesn't feel like home, then it's not inclusive. Something is missing. And I came across the philosophy of conscious capitalism, which I love. I always tell people I'm a conscious capitalist by heart. And I always say one of the most fundamental things of business is, why do you exist? What is your purpose? If your purpose is to make money, then you might as well join all the other people who are corrupt. But businesses must exist for a bigger purpose than just making money. There must be a reason for existence that exceeds just profits. And the minute we start doing that, we take away this obsession about shareholders and satisfying shareholders, because the second point then is stakeholders. And in that, it's your employees, it's the environment and the community within which you operate. There's something called a social license. And a lot of South African businesses don't have a social license. That's why whenever we are angry in the township that we don't have water, we come and burn those businesses because they don't have a social license. We don't recognize them as caring for us. So stakeholders are a critical element for business. And when we talk about sustainability, unless we can consider the importance of stakeholders in everything that we do in business, we're going nowhere. The culture of the organization is just as important. And that's what drives, does it feel like home here? And I think that for as long as we don't have leaders that are willing to stand, truly, to stand for truth, and conscious leaders who are empathetic, loving, and understand the bigger picture of where they want to take these organizations, will forever be sitting year in, year out in BMF conferences talking transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think our panel members have had an opportunity to have a final thought and an extended thought. So we really want to just try and build some equity for the team that's to come, let alone the fact that we have lunch that's been waiting for over an hour. And unfortunately, you're going to have to work with me now because we have to be out of this venue at 3 o'clock. It does have cost implications for us. And you know, it comes back to, we need to also create the space for us to be able to do the things we need to do in the time and spaces allocated for us. And I think if we mess that up, it's a reflection also of who we are in the spaces that we are. And I understand that there's a sense of being ourselves, but there's also a sense of justice as well, to things that follow, after us. So the need for us to be concise. And I feel like we're in this position when we have the conferences, we need to do better in the next one that's to come. We do have a panel that's coming up now after lunch, and that one is the role of research in shaping solutions. And I'm going to request that we rather do short addresses for that one, so it becomes an address. But the panel was so powerful in the beginning, a little bit crazy in how it talked about what we are experiencing in the workplace. I mean, let's just go back to that part. It's crazy that we're still experiencing it. It started way back on the BEE when people were given these amazing roles and they immediately shut the door behind them. And it goes down to the victimization that we do on each other because we hate seeing each other do better than the next person. The black crab syndrome, immediately always pulling each other down. And we just hate to see ourselves being excellent or someone else being excellent. And we say, who do they think they are? Right? And we don't sometimes say it verbally, but that's where our hearts are at. So it's a change of heart that we need to have. And I like the fact that I was so serious now and so professional, Because when I get into the lift, I say, Asibasabi, siyabafuna. And I say, "Asibasani, siyabafuna." So those who are the perpetrators of this behavior, ecindezela other people, we're not actually afraid of you. We're here and we're going to do it and we're going to fight this out. We're going to succeed. Let's have lunch. We will take pictures while you go out, please, to have lunch because we don't need you for the picture. We've got about 20 minutes. No, I'm just saying Monde would want me to do it now. So I'm trying to say we don't need people in the room. They can maybe go out and have lunch and we'll take pictures. Please, let's try to be as fast as possible and be back in 20 minutes.
We were actually just talking about it. So the pressure is a little bit intense, even though we are all yappers. But I'm very excited to get into today's discussion because we're going to look at the role of research in shaping clear solutions in our quest for equity, right? And I'm a Gen Z. I like to harp on about that quite a bit. I like to speak about being a young person in this country. And we have a saying in Gen Z speak that goes, Delulu is the Solulu. Okay? And I'm gonna translate. I know that this is an intergenerational room and it's an intergenerational discussion. So let me give you the breakdown for what Delulu is the Solulu means. So Delulu is shorthand for delusional. Solulu is shorthand for solution. And so it means that to be so wildly optimistic in order to survive your reality. Okay. And sometimes I feel like that is pretty much being a young person in South Africa. It's being able to hold space for two truths. Living in a dichotomy of sorts. So as a young person, we're told that we have infinite opportunities. We are the free generation. We've never had it easier. Yet we sit in a nation with high youth unemployment rates. We see high levels of inequality. So we have to hold truthful, space for that. We get told that we have access to information and, unprecedented access to information, yet nobody speaks about the mistruths and the downside of that, or who gets to control the narrative, or what information is actually being disseminated, and the challenges of navigating that. Then we get told we are, the world is our oyster. We're the leaders, but the face of leadership in this country doesn't look anything like us. So I'm excited to unpack that sort of dichotomy. And I think in all of the noise and in the times of absolute whiplash that we live through in this country and in the global context, what we can really look to as a compass is research. What are the facts? But we're also living in a time where the facts are starting to come, what matters, they're even debatable. And so as the debrief panel, let's get into the discussion of research in our quest for equity. And perhaps let's start with unpacking the term. We had a lot of discussions on equitable policies. We've had a look at what we need to do to move the needle. But I'm going to start with you, Ruane. Having been president of CEOPSA and also leading V20's research stream, I want to ask you, do you think that we properly have an understanding, or in your research, of the difference between equity and equality?
Why is it that most people can readily put up their hand and say that they're for equality, yet equity starts to take a little bit more, oh, okay now. Can you give us your point of view? Do we have a mic for Wayne? Perfect.
Hi everyone. It feels a bit quick, go quickly. I'm trying to really fast. So I'm gonna breathe and I'm gonna introduce myself. My name is Ruwain Kok, and I'm an organizational psychologist. I work as both a academic and also a practitioner. As a practitioner, I work in organizations. I have 25 years of working in the corporate space, mainly responsible for talent development across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I am also, as an academic, I am a leadership faculty at the Africa Leadership University in Kigali, and our students are from across the continent and facilitating leadership development. So that's who I am, and that's why I'm coming into the conversation. My PhD was around authenticity at work among young Black professionals, and I did a case study in a big corporate organization. And what I was curious about is I was thinking as I started this journey, my PhD, I was like, how did I get here? And I'm like, how are these young people navigating the complexities? And then that's where my curiosity around authenticity at work came about. And authenticity is really how I feel inside and my ability to express it in a way that is aligned with how I feel within the context that I operate. Now, so what I found that in my research that particularly these young people, and often I think organizations, and we'll talk about systems later, the systems are set out for particularly marginalized people to assimilate. It's not about bringing you need to, if you look at our induction programs, all of the policies and processes about assimilating into the organization. And so what I found, particularly in this organization, was I wonder whether I could say what, but it was a big brand, and people wanted to work, and so there was a lot of assimilation to the brand where people lost their sense of self. For example, one of the participants said, "When I get to this gate, I leave myself at the gate. I don't bring it in because I don't trust having myself here." But the way we assimilate have negative consequences for who we are, how we show up, our psychological safety, and all of those kind of things. So that's kind of what I suppose just where my interest is and where I come into this conversation.
Yeah.
What was the question again?
Yeah, Rain, I want to. I don't think it matters because I'm going to go where you're leading me, right? I'm going to go where you're leading me, and I want to unpack that. I have to leave the real me at the door. And the rhetoric we've seen come up in the global context with the rollback of DI, cutting of budgets, cutting on belonging. And it being characterized as something that absolutely has no effect on the bottom line when evidence and research shows the contrary. Can you give us like a real research evidence based from your point of view on what that does?
Yeah. I think, Trump did us a favor by turning this DI upside down, right? Because what we're starting to do is to look at how we've conceptualized it. We've taken what we've seen in the West and we've applied it into an African context. And I don't think that's necessarily the best way to do it. Now, of course, there's a number of research that's available. The one that comes to mind is the work that Joey Mongola, he's a defense coach for the Sharks team, and Professor Anne Crawford. They did research of how do Black professionals navigate, professional rugby players navigate the white spaces in which they're operating in. And what they found was that their sense of belonging is conditional. It's conditional on them fitting in. Now you can imagine these Black professionals having to these Black players having to, kind of fit into these Afrikaans speaking environment. So their own cultures are not accepted there, right? And so it's almost like being visitors in the space of the white spaces that they have to navigate. But that's similar to what we see in other professional organizations as well, and similar to the research where it's our sense of belonging is conditional on us assimilating into those environments. And so there's a lot of research available that talks to the benefits of it. But I don't think it's for me, transformation is not just about the representation of people. It's about how do we change the system, like the research that Professor Anne Crawford and Joey did, because they're operating within these white spaces. And how do we create spaces where people, I think it was, as was said earlier, where people feel that they belong, they feel that it's a place that they can be part of.
Yeah, Siobhan, I want you to comment on what Dwayne just said about we've taken this foreign concept. You said something controversial there. Trump actually did us a favor. Um, what can you comment on that? Do you think we import sort of these terms readily into corporate South Africa, into everyday South Africa, and we're not really looking at it from a sort of more indigenous level, because you've done work and research on an indigenous level and in global knowledge systems in the South?
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hope you're all still awake after lunch. um, so my name is Siobhan Henry. I'm the chair for the Black Management Forum Policy and Research Committee. I'm also the founder for Social Justice Solutions, which is a software company that does digital solutions for the underserved, and founder of Margins Push Boundaries, which is an NPO that works primarily in the TVET space to mitigate social exclusion. That's my plug-in. You were talking about my research, and I did my PhD in sociology at the University of Leicester, specifically focusing on indigenous and informal economies. Now, when we talk about, you were talking about a fact, and you were talking about the appropriation of ideas from the global north. This is a crucial question, by the way, and I think if you don't remember much from this interaction, I'd like to leave you with this very important point. Uh, the reason why it's so important to interrogate what research is because, ladies and gentlemen, research is not fact. That is the simple, plain truth. Okay, we are given the impression that we as researchers are objective, impartial actors that gather the facts and we process it and we give it to you, and you're supposed to trust us and disempower yourselves by consuming that knowledge. Please don't do that. Okay, because it's a highly political process. Who does the research? How the research is done? Who's paying for the research? How that research is packaged for your consumption is all driven by an agenda. And ladies and gentlemen, it's driven by a political agenda that more often than not is based in the global north, is based on a capitalist agenda, it's based on a Eurocentric agenda, but it's also an economic process. And why do I say that? Research and education is big money. If you've ever gone to university, you know how much it costs. You know how much money is invested into research, right? So when we talk about research, we're talking about it sitting on a tripod, very much like this camera here. It sits on a tripod of resources, power, and voice. Okay? And we, as the consumers of research, but also the producers of research, entrench that tripod, entrench the status quo of monopolized resources, monopolized voice that takes away our own voice. And what it does, and when we participate in this process, what it does is give up our power as individuals to think critically. When we consume that research without questioning, what we're doing is we're saying we're okay with what we're being told. We're saying we're okay with this worldview that's being imposed on us. And ladies and gentlemen, more often than not, it is very Afro-pessimistic. Okay? So there is no fact. Sooner we wake up to that fact, the sooner we can the sooner we can empower ourselves and start generating the kind of research that reflects our view. Yeah.
Siobhan, I feel like the room can agree. You've dropped some bars. You've dropped some bars. As Tandiwe, you and I had a discussion exactly about what Siobhan just said of who gets to control the research, who gets to control the outcome. But even once it's there, it's highly politicized. What has been your experience in the way that research can actually be weaponized?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I guess because my panelists have spoken about how they are fitting into this conversation, I should also do the same. I am Sandiwe Msomi. I am a development economist and a researcher, particularly in the consulting space, and I do a lot of social protection and economic policy research for a range of development partners, UNICEF, GIZ, all of the big development agencies that commission a lot of the research and the studies that we've spoken about today. I think what Shawan mentioned is so important. Research is not fact. And that is why I often advocate for people like us who are economists who spend a lot of our times behind a computer writing a report for a decision maker to go beyond that role and actually go into those decision making spaces to be the ones that inform how policies are shaped and implemented. Because it's not enough for us to sit in our lecture halls and in our offices to write a report, run an economic regression, or do whatever qualitative or quantitative analysis you want to do. But it's about taking that and ensuring that you are in the spaces where decision makers are taking those reports and are using them to inform policy. And I think it's incredibly important given the fact that we live in a country and in a world where information is not really being viewed from an objective lens. Donald Trump is using information for his own agenda. We have different sectors in society in South Africa that use information for their own agenda. And if we want to create an equitable society and an equitable country, we need to be able to be researchers who are commissioned to do studies and firstly do it with a group that is representative of the people we are doing research on. A lot of the time, this research is being done by people who do not look like us. They'll commission a person in the UK to go do a study on young people in South Africa, and you're like, how, Sway? Like, how? And it's not to say that we shouldn't, collaborate and have a cross-pollination of insights and intellect from different parts of the world. I think collaboration is something that we've spoken about today. But it is to say that if we are going to do a study on a certain population and a group of people, you need to have women there. You need to have young people there. You need to have people of color there, because no amount of degree and accolades will give you the anecdotal experience of what it's like to be a young person in South Africa who's unemployed, yet there's a study to figure out how to create demand-led skilling. And so it's important to have the representation, I think, in the room when we do a lot of the research that we commission. And again, financing of research is important, as Siobhan said. I think South Africa spends less than 1% of its GDP on research and development. And an economy needs to grow not just through capital accumulation, but it also needs to grow with innovation, with research. I mean, in fact, a lot of our economic theories teach us that innovation is the driver of capitalism. And we can debate whether we want capitalism or not. But for as long as it's here, we do need to ensure that we invest in research so that we ensure that people are starting businesses in our country, not just to make a rand today to buy bread, but innovative businesses that become the next Apple, that become the next Google. And in fact, I think on the topic of technology as well, we have AI that's taken over the world, and AI is being leveraged heavily in research spaces. Right. And people are saying that it's going to be a threat to researchers, it's going to be a threat to objectivity and facts and all of that. And it has its risks, but we also need to figure out how do we leverage AI to ensure that we have easier access to information in a time where we have to walk into a boardroom and defend why we still need funding for a certain program that supports young people or marginalized groups. And so I think we need to, firstly, at a policy-making level, be ahead of the curve in terms of looking at what is shaping information, what is shaping research, invest in it, put in the money that is required so that we can actually do quality research, put people in those research spaces that look like us because they can drive equity. And I think with that, we can start using information for good, not for bad.
Thank you, Sandiwe. Ruin, since you have been undergone the process of sort of being on the ground, both you and Siobhan, for Values 20, interrogating and doing research on values and living values, I think that this would be an appropriate platform for us. I may be putting you on the spot for you to give us a little bit of a sneak peek onto what are you uncovering? What is your research uncovering on values in this country and globally?
Resilience. You have Black people who have been marginalized and systematically and structurally excluded from the mainstream economy for hundreds of years. And what have they done? They've created their own parallel economy, not just for growing their businesses, but providing welfare to their people, providing services that they couldn't get from the state. This is a beautiful story. It's a story we can be proud of. And when we look at something like solidarity and we talk about Ubuntu, we see Ubuntu on the streets. And this is what Ruane was talking about, understanding the lived reality of resilience is on the street, despite unemployment being in the double digits, despite inflation and the cost of living being through the roof, despite all the challenges we have, we still survive as a nation. That's something to be proud of. I don't think Ubuntu is BS. I believe in it. But when we talk about sustainability as well, it's something that was created here in Africa, in the global south. It's not, the word may have been created in the West, but it belongs to us. And why do I say this? Because economies existed here long before the concept of capitalism existed. Capitalism was developed in the 1600s. We have an indigenous economy that's thousands of years old, everybody, you know? And it's been serving us. When we talk about women's rights, which is a value, right? We had it here thousands of years ago before this whole movement of feminism existed. Matriarchal societies, which had land rights, and those land rights served women more than they did men, right? Women had ownership of the land, they had ownership of the family. When we study practices like Malindiwe, which is growing crops on mounds. This is a sustainable practice that is thousands of years old, aerating the soil, preventing soil erosion, ensuring soil fertility. Do we know about this as Africans? No, because the agenda has been hijacked. And it's time we took that agenda back. It's time we took these values back and we owned them.
What do you think we could do to transport, take these values back, start living them out? Yeah, I think it goes back to what I said about representation. And for me, representation in research, particularly to cultivate equity, stood out in my honors year of economics. And we were learning research methods and we were analyzing a paper written by Dori Postel, I think she's at Wits. And the paper was about examining why marriage rates in African communities, particularly in South Africa, is significantly low compared to other racial groups. And they first did a numerical study. So they just ran the numbers, and those numbers showed that marriage rates are just continuing to decline. But it's only when the study became a bit more qualitative and a bit more inquisitive about what is the story behind the numbers. They did a few qualitative interviews. And from those interviews, they found that it's not because people just don't want to get married in our communities. It's actually because cost of living and unemployment has impacted the ability of Black communities to start families, whether it's paying ilobola or buying a house or all the essential assets that are required to build a steady household are no longer accessible for Black people, young Black people especially, given the structural issues in our country, right? And so imagine if that study was just ran by someone who has no lived experience of what could be the possibilities behind broken families in our communities. And the verdict is just that we don't want to get married, we just love cohabiting, and we just love doing that, you know? And so that for me was a stark example of how it's so important to ensure that when we do research and we invest in research, it is an activity that is inclusive and representative of all of us in the room. That's why I often, again, I say it's important then for us to take our research and to go into political spaces, become a counselor in your community. I know it's not fashionable, given the fact that politics in our country has been something that I think all of us have been lamenting about today. But those are the decision makers that we don't really talk to and bring our research to and say, here are the numbers. And when we do that and we take our talent to the private sector or to multilateral organizations, we abandon our communities and then we complain about why there aren't services and why our communities are not developing at the same rate at which our cities are. And so it's important for us to be the change that we want to see and to take our talents and to take our skills into our communities. And again, not use our research capabilities to service the private sector or those with an ulterior agenda. But again, practically it's hard to do that when people don't put their money where their mouth is. And so it goes back to how it's shocking that less than 1% of our GDP goes to research and development. And it's particularly hard in a country like South Africa, where we've got so many competing needs. We've got poverty, we've got education, we've got health. And so we have to have a conversation as well about, as we grow the pie and as we try to grow our GDP and our economy, how do we ensure that it's inclusive so that we have enough fiscal space to divert resources into research as well, and do that in a sustainable way. And so I think it's about representation and inclusivity, and that's how we cultivate equity through research.
I have to close us off. I told you guys we were on the graveyard shift. But before I do that, let me ask you something really personal. What are you doing to live out your values? And in one just very, like, what does living it out practically look like for you in everyday small sized bit?
That's an easy question. I think it's just Ruen's from authentic organizations. It's about developing your own personal interpretation of what these values are and owning them for yourself. That's what it is. Thank you.
I think for me, it's about ensuring that I widen access to information everywhere I go. I want someone to leave knowing a bit more than they knew because I was in the room. And that's what I try to do. And I think as South Africa, we've been lamenting a lot of things today. But one thing we also haven't mentioned is that we, compared to our African counterparts, have a very, very rich, diverse sets of data and information compared to other African countries. I mean, just I think 2 weeks ago, I was putting together a proposal for a UNICEF study to figure out how to collect data on birth rates and the certification of births in Malawi. And I'm like, how is a government running a country if you don't even know how many people are giving birth, if you don't have access to that type of information, and you're commissioning a researcher from South Africa to go into your country and figure out how to collect that data and encourage your people to actually get their kids birth certificates and IDs, all the simple things that you need before we even start talking about starting a business and getting employed. And so our country is really, really doing very well in ensuring that we have your Stats SA. We have interconnected data systems between SASA and SARS and all of the different departments that work with our data, because you cannot run a country without data. You can't have solidarity without knowing who is actually cultivating the solidarity. And I think knowing that in our country, particularly compared to other African countries, we actually are doing super well in trying to consolidate information and actually know our population. I think it's my personal responsibility to ensure that I also play a role in advancing that and strengthening that. Yeah.
So, as you asked the question, I was reminded of a conversation I had with one of my students. He's a senior executive in a public sector organization in Nigeria. And we were talking about ethics. And we had done a case study in the class, and I asked them to make, to analyze the case study and make a decision, an ethical decision. But they weren't happy with where I was going with the conversation. So he wanted to continue the conversation because the case study was about, do you take a bribe or don't you take a bribe? And so, and he was asking me, is it okay to take a bribe? And in Nigeria, there's a name that that he refers to it, and my response to him was that, what are your values? How does it align to your values? And if you make the decision, can you live with the decision? If that comes, if this particular situation is on the newspaper the next morning, will your family, will you be comfortable to be exposed in that way? And so for me, when you talk about my values, it's really about, for me, it's about developing African leaders and having those conversations with them in terms of driving a values-based leadership approach and developing these African leaders. And that's what gets me up. That's what I stand for.
Thank you so Zanele. Please can I get a shout out?
Wasn't that absolutely amazing moderation? Leaning on wanting more, to the point, on the dot, succinct. When you're running a panel, by the way, 3 rounds is a lot. If one speaker speaks 3 times, that's your maximum. After that, we're not interested. So if you ever have to run panels, remember that. And when you're asking questions, you tell people, please start with a question, not your story. Right? So you really have to prompt it. And those are the qualities of great moderation. So thank you. You've done amazing. You've done amazing. And I was threatening her. I was like, "Awazi, bazokubonisa ama-flames." And shame they didn't show her flames. I wish they did. Azofunda isifundo naye because why she's disappeared. I hope that we walk away today and find the time to distill all the messages we've received. Because what's most important when we walk away in every moment, when we wake up and we head off to work, is to know our own voice, right? Speak to yourself and find your voice and find the path that you need to follow and the authentic you that you need to show up as. because it's very easy to sell oneself. It's very easy to be the observer. It's very easy to be the victimizer. It's very easy to be the victim. You have a choice. You have a choice every day. I worked for a company during COVID that's just around the corner here. And during COVID, I was heading up marketing and corporate affairs. And I was made to spend millions lighting up a building, thanking people for the difference they were making during COVID. These people are at home, not eating, not having the basics, sometimes not even getting a salary. And I was forced to light up a building and say thank you for your service. I hated it. I hated it. I don't get why you must look fancy and shine and show off and say thank you instead of actually feeding people and taking that money and putting it where it counts and not getting accolades and not being seen and not being thanked. But I have a big mouth, so I did say it. I didn't last long. I never did. Mainly because I just don't know how to play nice. I play truthfully. But angibasabi, ngiyabafuna. Then I interviewed the CEO of a hotel chain. Very quiet, white man, small, doesn't take up much space in a room. During COVID, immediately when COVID hit, he called a meeting and they committed. They made a charter. No one will lose their jobs, even if the hotel rooms are empty. When we run out of money that we have, everyone will take a cut so that nobody loses their jobs. And if COVID takes long, we will keep on cutting everybody's salary so that everybody gets something. No hotel room, no bookings, everything. The hotels were empty. And he says, and the person who's telling me this, he used to walk around the empty rooms, just walk around to understand the gravity of the situation and to understand what he was called to do. So when we speak about transformation, I think we do make a mistake of excluding people based on their color, depending on what they can do for us. I think it's a mistake. I think we'd be very scared to say that. We'd be very afraid to tell the minister of the New Transformation Fund, Uguti, it's by character that we lead, not by the color of our skin. Let the results speak for themselves. Because when we put people in roles that they are tokens for because they know how to smile and laugh and crack jokes and laugh when it's actually not even funny. Have you heard that laugh? What are you doing? It's not funny. It's not funny. They are hired for those laughs. And then we don't see the trickling down of transformation. So we really need to be critical. And I say this now to invite Wabu Eric Mafona because we need to think about leadership as a role that we all play in how authentically we show up and the stories we tell and the truth because we see it. We see it. I see it. Don't come into the room. I will see the truth. And when he talks about outlier leadership, that's the truth we need to start finding. That within each and every one of us and within people we wouldn't expect, there's outlier leadership awaiting to give fruit, even if it will never be recognized. Tate Mafuna, because I'm not moderating us today. I've had enough. It's been a long day, it's been heavy. I want to invite you to share with the people who weren't here in our last conversation the burning platform for this leadership perspective that we need to get. That would really make our day. I'd love for you to please to come up. I think we had about 15 minutes, Minanawe, if I take away my 15 minutes, because I was going to talk back at you. You know, now that I'm not talking back, I'm giving you your full 15 minutes without mine. I'd love for you to come to the front. Should we allow you to sit right here in the middle?
Yeah. Do I have to sit or stand? Okay, I'll stand then. I stand because I'm a mark of showing respect to you. You'll cut it whenever you. I just wanted to connect with the panelists before, some ideas that they were saying. And I humbly say this, if this caliber of women and men had been there close to 50 years ago, say they were there 1973, 1974, when we were starting, can you imagine where we would be today? I mean, apartheid will still be around, done whatever, but I think we would have achieved a lot more in terms of ideas, in terms of, you said it's the resilience and all that. I don't call it resilience. I learned a new term from Nassim Nicholas Taleb. He's got a new book. Please find it. Don't burn it. It's difficult to read, but please try and read it. It's called Anti-Fragile. Now, you were talking about, where is he? He was talking about, and I think you were referring to that. We've come through the worst. For starters, we have survived a lot more than that hit us in 1852. We were here long before 1852, right? Mapungubwe, not far from here, they were trading with the Ming dynasty. You know how, when is that? If you don't believe me, go to the University of Pretoria and go and look at the relics of the things that salvaged from Mapungubwe ruins. Shards of pottery from the Ming dynasty. They didn't walk here. Someone brought them here, okay? Now, if you go to the Great Zimbabwe, okay, let me stop there. Just to simply say, do not be fooled by those who say Africans have no history. Africans have no heritage. Africans do not have civilization. Without us, you wouldn't be around. Because, a spit away from here, stone throw away from here, right? If you go to the cradle of humankind, you will know that we started here. Humanity started here. The human being was born here. It wasn't born in America or in China. We started here and then we were migrated out of Africa. So what I was hearing from the panelists just started teasing some of this idea that I've been working around, that yes, we owe it to the generations that are taking over from us today to say to them, sorry, we didn't we didn't add to the history. We allowed you to believe that, we allowed it to be believed that our history, particularly in South Africa, started in 1852. Like before that, there was nothing. Really? We've been around here. And Nassim Taleb talks about that which survives resilience, that which is stronger than robust, okay? That is, which is stronger than strong. It's us. They arrived, they tried to mess up with us. They tried to disrupt our development, trajectory and so forth. We've survived. And you know what is the concept he uses for that? We are anti-fragile. You throw everything at these people in Zanzibar, right? In other parts of the world, they were able to destroy. They tried to do that in America with the First Nation. But in South Africa, you haven't been able to do that. Not the so-called Bushmen, the Kwe, yeah, and whatever else. They survived. They tried to do this to us. We have survived, okay? Now, it is not romanticism to say, oh, you must come up with a history that was there before 1852. Some writers in West Africa, even went so far to apologize that, oh, it was because of what they called lack of doxocratic tradition. We did not have doxology. In other words, we did not write. Because we didn't write, our stuff was destroyed. I'll tell you this. There's a story, and there's a book out of that story called, I'll tell the story and then I'll tell you the book. Some French TV producer went around capturing life stories around Africa and other places. He ended up somewhere in West Africa, and they got this guy to interview this guy, put him on tape for 31 solid days without repetition. This gentleman gave on tape an account of African spirituality, African religion. Ogomoteli is the name. Ogomoteli. You read the book, and the book is called Ogomoteli. Go find it, and you'll be shocked because our historians started apologizing, as you guys were saying, to say to our white masters, "Oh, we don't really have a history because we have no doxology. We were not writing." The bones tells the truth. Go to go to the cradle of humankind. Go and read the DNA. It tells you who we are and where we come from. So can we, from today, just cut the nonsense that we have been here long before 1852? Fast forward, here we are today. We're in Zanzibar, okay? We're in South Africa, not Tanzania. We're in South Africa, all right? And our story is beginning to flourish once more. And the story is an amazing story. Whether you look at it from the cradle, the bones out of there, and you look at where we are trying to regenerate. Now, I'm saying fast forward because when I look at younger people, your generation, I'll be kind to you too. Your generation, it gives me so much comfort and confidence that this country is in good hands. Don't be fooled by what you see on TV every day, because what you see on TV is manufactured news. It tells you all the bad things. True, true. We are going through the era that is called our time to eat. And if we didn't go through this, our time to eat, we would have been deprived of something. This gouging, this lack of shame, this, you call it whatever it is. If we as a people have not experienced this, we would have been deprived of a lesson that we need to learn. It's only by going through we are eating time that you see, you've seen it yourself. I don't have to repeat this. How can you steal 10 billion? Who's wants 10 billion? How many steaks can you eat for 10 billion? How many mother-in-laws and how many houses can you buy in Cape Town and New York? 10 billion? But these excesses are necessary for us because we say in leadership, you learn from your own crucibles. You learn from your own mistakes. And think about this. It's for this reason you cannot teach leadership the classroom man way. You can't teach leadership by putting up a tripod or a blackboard and say, now repeat after me. That's not what leadership is about. Leadership is about learning from your own mistakes. You know, what one, when you were growing up and you had a serious ailment or you had an embarrassing moment, something catastrophic happened, you were impregnated at 14, 15, and kuthiwa no into zabantu. Into zabantu. Bamuloyile. So don't go there because it means this is supernatural stuff. Now, here is a young child who's supposed to learn from this mistake and said, don't touch it. I mean, after all, the Khataba, the doctor came out and did whatever, poo, 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 and then it's gone, it's in the past. What I'm saying to you, if you are serious about strengthening this capacity of your outlier character, please do yourself a favor. Try and get a book. Try and remember. Just scribble the things that you remember from the past. The more you go back there and scribble those things, the more you look at, oh, I thought it didn't really happen. Ask other people who were around in your time. Did it really happen like this? You'll be shocked, right? That'll be the beginning, Tate Mohale, of this book that you owe us. Your outlier version of Mohale, the outlier leader. I look, wherever I go, I see outlier leaders. You were here because you survived, right? You are here because you are anti-fragile. No amount of damage, they've tried it, they're not going to damage you beyond here. You might have lost an eye, I'm talking intellectually. Right? You might have been damaged here, you might have lost a leg and you're shorter intellectually, but you survived. And we have survived. Okay? So going forward, can we put together our hands, our collective, the little that we have, and start doing a lot more of these kinds of things? Because we owe it to ourselves to broaden this concept of outlier leadership. Yes, I have created the concept, but in my nature, it's not mine, it's for us to share. If you were to rush tomorrow, if you were to rush and write a book on outlier leadership or aspects of outlier leadership, I would not be hurt. I'll be very happy because you've taken some, you might create an idea, but it's not your idea. It's a people's idea. Now, how much time do I have? Let me go back to the nigger that started it. He did not make me, and he did not light the fuse of this creativity. I'm talking about Nelson Mandela. Half of the life that I was going through school, I didn't even know about Nelson Mandela. I only got hearing about Nelson Mandela when I was doing matric. It's a Mandela guy, there's scarlet, black pimpernel, this, whatever. I didn't know anything about it. But lo and behold, by the time I am flowering, I'm moving, he keeps on saying, when are you coming for tea? Do I have to send an invitation for you to come for tea? One day I'm sitting in my office in Woodmead and the black car arrives, said, I've been asked to come and fetch you for tea to the Union Building, sitting in his office, taking the picture. And I said, oh, you know what? If you don't mind, I'll take this picture because my mother said the next time I see you, I must take a picture with you. And indeed, I delivered the picture to my mother and she said, now that I have seen you, this man is alive, now I can die in peace. But okay, Mandela didn't make me, Mandela didn't inspire me to get started with dreaming about a brand of leadership that we require, we need to build this democracy. There are so many dots, and in my book you will see it. And you, all of us, we will expand on this book because I'd like to see the children of this book going further forward. But here is where I start. I was listening to a radio the night they were announcing that Mandela and them were going to be released from prison. And I was brought up by women, so I always give credit to women. There was a woman who called from somewhere in the East Rand, not Tsakani, but one of those townships. And she said, it's great news that, our political leaders are going to be freed. We're going to have freedom now, whatever it is. She says, I've got one question. Are we up to it? And that was the end of the conversation because the people in the studio in those days were them. They didn't want people to start coming forward and say, well, this is what we're going to be doing. But the question was asked, and it stayed with me, this question, are we up to it? So I started pottering around. We did some research. Thabo Mbeki and Royal Khoza and the people at ESCOM gave us 5 million. We did research. We produced 7 manuals about the South African leadership experience. This material has not been evaluated. This material has not been corroborated. Now, it's up to you guys. I've got the documents, right? I have the rights to the document because I wrote them when other people wrote other pieces. This research is there talking about the experience, the leadership experience of South Africans. Right, so I put it on the table. BMF, you're welcome. I've always said to BMF, you're welcome to go and look at this. The second part is Nelson Mandela. He's written so many books. He's spoken so many times. He spoke until he was blue in the face. And he died. We have even forgotten him by the time he died. I was writing last week in my chapter in my book that imagine this visitor from Venus is a woman, isn't it? The visitor from Venus is a woman. The visitor from Mars is a man. So 2 of them arrive in the night and they put them up in a hotel in Mandela Square. What is the hotel then? Michelangelo, something like that. They wake up in the morning, they're looking through their window, they see, oh, it's a nice place. One says, let's go down and see this. There's a big guy standing there. They take a picture of this guy and they say to, no wonder they call him Mandela. He was bigger than all of them. But the funny thing is that he must have chased everybody because there's nobody his size. And you know what? The South Africans, wherever we've been, they don't talk about Mandela. You never hear them saying, I swear on Mandela, or I swear by Mandela, or whatever. You don't hear them. And they say he died 30 years ago. Someone said, no, he died 10 years ago. Can you imagine? Here in South Africa, in Mandela land, the father of our democracy, the guy that spent 30 years in Robben Island, the guy that gave up his own family, right, to go and join to drive the freedom struggle. He gave the ultimate sacrifice. He said to a white judge, I don't care, you can kill us, right? Actually, come prepared that you're going to kill us. But I'll tell you something, never, never, and never again will any one of you do this thing to us. He was doing it for us. He is far worse than Christ in terms of the things that he suffered. But how many years ago did he die? How many years did he die? And you think Mandela can ever walk through here? What evidence do you have that Mandela did leave? It's the same question you ask. Did really mankind walk on the moon? They say it's a fake. So it's the same as Mandela. It's a fake. Are we not ashamed in this country? The very first outlier leader, the man that launched a universally acclaimed moral leadership or brand of leadership, moral leadership. The man that left his books behind for us to follow, right? Everything you want to learn about leadership is in that book. But here we are, shameless. Like Mandela never lived in this country. When you go to America or you go to Europe and they say, well, where are you from? South Africa. Oh, Mandela. Did you really meet the guy? Was he really like this and that? No, we would like to come and visit. When Mandela was here, there was more than 2,000 Black Americans that came to live in South Africa. Less than 2 years, they all disappeared. Because we were not receptive to the idea of Mandela. Mandela, in my book, was the first outlier leader and who lived the style of an outlier leader. I shall stop there, and I don't want to be in trouble with it.
Unfortunately, in our last session, we had a panel discussion. So I was referring to how him and I tussled in that one when I said I'm afraid of him. But we are on for a battle next time and you'll be invited. So please do attend the next fireside chat. When he says the men Mandela, did you notice he doesn't say the man, he says the men. He says the men Mandela. There were many others. There were many other outlier leadership around him at that time. And it's a pity we don't know their stories. Because I think that would give us perspective that it's not about one man, it's about men, and men represents women and men. It's all of us. I'd love for us oh, and if anybody wants to write a book, please speak to me. I just let that land. He's already co-opted me, so we have a book coming. So he's invited you. I'm inviting you to me. Tate Mohale, I'd love you to please just say a word of thank you. Monday, get ready. We do a little bit of gifting. We wrap up the show and we're on time. So a quick thank you. Monday, I think he's just getting the gifts.
So we are wrapping up. She's called Zaned. Anya Pap. See these blacks. So when you hear that name, you can only come to one conclusion and one conclusion only. That there must be other girls from where she comes. In Africa, our names talk, they define, they describe, they shape us in our own image. He's a wonderful soul, isn't he? He's a handsome man, isn't he? Of course he's handsome. Le jealous, ne? Mrs. Zulu. Zweliti. It talks. It says when the kingdom of the nation of Amazulu, not the clan, was in a spot of bother. Unkos Zwelithini has a problem that he can't solve, just like in the Bible. He then calls upon his men, who's going to solve this problem. Ellis comes and he says, Nkosi, have you thought about this? And the problem is solved. As kings did at that time, he says, as a way of thanking you, there's a piece of land, here's a head of cattle. Choose for yourself your own people and go and start your own nation, not a clan. He says, King, I'm honored, touched, humbled, but what I really want is to marry your sister. He said, no, that can't be possible. Just last week, the people were here, Bazu, Kulumangen, Lobola. But let me see what I can do. To cut a long story short, he organizes that his other sister is married by these people. Looks him in the centerpiece of the pupils of his eyes. And he says, you can marry my sister. Later on, Amabu, because the Zulus have war in them. It's in their DNA. Balwa nje. These Amabu to come to him and say, Bayed, Sogo Nagel. What kwenzakele? They've crossed the cross. Your sister is pregnant. He says it can't be. The product of that union. He then says, Hamanga oz osut. And they named it Amanga osut, Umangosut. He goes further to say, because you are now part of us, part of royalty, I've given you my sister. We don't intermarry with commoners. It means you yourself are now royalty. From now on, we make a pledge, a covenant, that our kinship shall rotate between us, O Zwelitin, Nani, O Zwidegalanga. Because today you are a branch of our kingdom. Bambizugacha. Umanga wo sutu. Ubutelezi. This is your land. Where are your stories? A wonderful story of amazing warriors of women. Mkhulu Tatisi attacks the founding father of the Basotho nation, Mutei wa setjhaba sa Basotho. In Mankweng, in Butabute, where the kingdom was first founded. He is rattled. He says to one of his four brothers, Mohali, go find us a better place that stands proud so that we can see them from far. Mohali goes and he finds the ideal spot and he names it Ababusiyu. So it was years later during Difakane, King Ushaka kaDinizwayo noMamunindi is what he does best, to create the Zulu nation, not a clan. He rolls these boulders, breaks their knees. They're sitting at the bottom of this mountain. Mutatin Watabusi. He says to Mwal, go give him a head of cattle. Mutokin Twadumela. He'll come back again to buy peace. He must go and save face. Then the concept of face saving was born. When Mohali comes back, having done his job, King Mushweshwe does what kings normally do when you have executed on a task and says, Mohali, go choose your own piece of land. Here's a head of cattle. Go find your people and start your own nation, not a homestead. In 1830, he goes to a place called Difateng. There's a river there, Ibitwa Masale. His grandmother is across the river He then forms what is called Kgutlong sa bana ba Mohale, a corner of the Mohale clan. The Boers later come and they call it modern day Mohale's-Hoek. When today you go to Thaba Bosiu, it has 12 entrances. Lekgalong la Rafuto Letsatsing, because that particular one was for the blacksmith, because his trade was to make steel. That is the one that the University of South Africa is called Lekgalong la Rafuto Letsatsing. If this is your land, your stories. We're talking values. Nna ke leboha Mokuu mo ke se mothwana. Ntate Ntumelle ko lebohe hle ngwaneso. Jwalo ka ha bakwena ba leboha ba bang. Ba re nna ke Mokwena Mokotedi. Ke mokgoditswane o moholo sekgwesha ka mpafatsa. Wena jarile lehlabathe ka mokokotlo. Ya sesa kwena. Ya nyoloha madiba. Ya la bodiba ya ithatika ka leboho. Ke le rua le morampokane nna ke bonwe ke basadi. Ke mpatlalatsa dinaledi ya meso re bone ka yona gore masiba a se a sele. Kgedi ya nkgethe se kgetha makgetha se kgethe batho bana ke ba ntatao ba gane e le jale ba o tsekisa gore e le nesa namma metsi matsuana namma metsi madididi metsi a ka thewa thabeng a etsa dipororo basana sala ba o tla focus la dithota re bone ho etsise mao le ntatao mohlang o le mohlatsatsi le leholo mosa o no phaladiswa baloi thoteng tsa modidi ba taoleng mokwena ha matha wa lelala tsepasela shebile hodimo a yo kena baholo ba hae baholo monto le morinyane motse o senang mokwena wa hlora ke le rantane la nthithi ya banana ba le pumme ba llahla fatshe ba re sa le tshikisa mafuna naha go tjeka wa tjeka mokwena o mpasitwe wa kwa gamolala o tjeka jwalo ka mmankukune tsietsa jwang a ke basadi ba ntse ba mpotsa hlafetsa mohale ha ile kae a se hole sebakanyana a se bohole ba o pala mapere le ba maoto ba ntse ba fihla go dikoting ka baka le bontsha nka kgathala kwa gamana le hodimo mo ja wa ngodiswa nka ba ke romela ditlhare teng ke dilemo le ngwana mme a ntse a pula ya qethuha ra ba ra bona hodimo mahananeng hona mo dulang teng morena le mina ya raha leqhamu ha tsekema mpeng tsa makwala ha ditima majantša madimo a eja batho ntateng ka kgelle molangwana ke phuke fela e tswe tlala ena e sitwa inyala lot of content was quite very much to be honest, but this year today, that thing very much about it. The answer is Isaac. We also must thank the B20 creative and team starting with the Sherpa himself, Prof. very much for the leadership. We thank you for we thank you for inspiring confidence in the leadership of the country. We are keen followers for everything that we say and everything that we do. And we are truly grateful for the leadership of the state. We also the other people who based in Canada that the PR put down that side and the other people did the program permission to implement it with the summit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We also was supposed to thank the very important with his absence of Dr. Ketanaki, and we did really extending the best morning around the because it made things experiment with the just written about see around just the issues that they are supposed to provided in how to be able to be on top that also building on the leadership of product one we have mentioned as well as we have mentioned that they're building the benefit of the board, etc., and how those benefits connect and fit with that. So really, we absolutely really grateful for this program to give us a lot of time to work. So we are really, really thankful for I was also thank the chief as well as the co-leader of the B20 sustainability as well this year, and we co-lead the quality team of the B20 as well. So thank you very much for your support. Panelists, unbelievable panelists that were here. It's very deliberate that we make those kind of choices. We always want to put the sake of talking, but talking with an intent in order to achieve some kind of outcome. So we thank the panelists, all of them, in the work that they do. I think one of the best is not just doing for the panel, but so that what I'm talking conversation and wants to do. So really that's the purpose and we do that. But we really need to plan so really, we thank all the panelists who were put this we also thank the moderators as well as the subject and the school for standing with we also delivered as well the no one to be into the conversation and what we're moving into the discussion as well. So we really, really thank all the moderators for the work that they do. Thank you very much. We must thank Susanne for medicine we engage we thank you very much for your time and we always pull away we always willing to participate. I know this one may happen but we are here. Thank you very much for the spending with us. Seriously, do it here in South Africa and other places. Bye-bye. And then our last point, we go to the picture, second last point. It is a great honor that we still having the founding of the Black Management Program in our list. So, thank you very much. We are a choice creating, we engage with treatment type way in the cell. Just like we said when we started with one and going to let it grow and let it grow. And most importantly, the point for our team, something that we committed to, is that the outline leadership concept and idea. We are all working together. We are chatting and forth in elevating concept and idea together with South Vietnam, V20, who are taking stakeholders around it as well, and South Africa, and chat with them as well as with South African story around the development commission, particular project leadership of the outline, and also that teaching. Not just we have said it's difficult to teach leadership, one of the first things is to reach general, but it's difficult to teach this material, specific that it is the material that we are going to attempt to teach and build the next generation of leaders. So that is the core action that as we leave today, we are embarking on this journey of taking this leadership idea under the auspices of the branding movement that we want to do the active movement together with global movements. And so we're thinking about keeping it but you share it with us continuously with us. So we are running until time store Now I can pick that. So let me ask yes, yes. So thank you, DP. Happy Women's Month, but the most important thing, women don't just meet the need, but they feel it. And there are different ways of treating us. But every man factor in women, not every woman factor. And so your power really and not accepting what you can do. So we have a good time tomorrow to celebrate it. Next week. In Pretoria as well. So thank you very much and happy Women's Month from all of us. And I call on Prof. Mohale Babmafuna, DP, can you come forth? Doc, can you come forth as well as we take a final picture and then, okay. Yeah, my job is done.
Can the cameraman come take pictures? Are you ready for pictures? Here we go. If you head out, have a wonderful day. Please drive safely. Great weekend. Right?